Hello, everyone. English time. Weekly Aces, week 4, it looks like. Sponsored by Ludo Trotter. I am Blue, joined today by Horizon. Horizon, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking.
Superb. All right. Well, I think we do have everything all paired up here, so we can kind of just jump in to the games immediately. Um, I'm assuming you have the link, yeah? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm in the tournament lobby right now.
Cool. So let's see what we got going here. A lot of good players. We got up to 182 for this event. So let's take a look at who we want to watch first. Let's see. Actually, I'm gonna do this. Random number 1 to 91.
I'm guessing 5.
Dude, it said 5.
I promise I didn't see that. I was
Mhm.
random guess.
All right, 5 it is. Table 5. We're gonna wait for. Doesn't look like they're in there quite yet, but we'll give it some time to them time to get in. If we don't see it here another minute or 2, we'll go to another number.
Sounds like a plan to me. I'm hoping I get to see some Golang today. That would make my day. That'd be awesome.
You're always down for some goal ring. Um,
Always 24/7.
let's see. Doesn't look like one of the players is joining on 5. So let's do a quick another generation here. Table 57. All
Table
right.
57. That one also looks like it's not got both participants in it right now.
Son of a gun. Let's open it up just to make sure.
Hmm.
Yeah, nope, nope, nope. All right. Next one again. 49.
Third time's a charm. Up.
Jeez. Of course not.
Random number generator isn't our friend today.
All right. Well, I guess we're just gonna go to table 4. All right, 'cause that one's already started. Table 4.
Table 4.
All right, we'll go to some gameplay.
Oh, interesting.
Izmir matchup.
This will be an interesting one. Faunus versus Moya. Moyo. It'll be small cantrips versus big bulky spells.
Yeah, potentially. We'll have to see what type of Moyo this is. Not sure if it's on the realm of the hostage type of stuff or if
Mm,
it's just a different type of Moyo. I honestly haven't seen very many Moyos that weren't hostage related. So we'll see how that works out.
I've played against a few hostage Moyos, and I commend them. It's a tough play style, but it's a rough one. It's a rough one to play against, and I imagine it's a rough one to play. A lot of the people I've played against feel guilty for dragging out the game as long as they do.
Mm, all right. Looks like they got a little bit of card return here. Imagine they're going to be picking up that magical training. Let's see what they put down there. Oh, small step. I'm imagining this indeed will be a hostage Moyo.
Yeah.
So Timpet's not in a bad spot though. It looks like they're potentially in a spot to be able to 2-0 again here, which when you're playing against hostage, you're going to want to advance as much as possible. But we'll see if that is in fact the case.
I'm intrigued they showed their small step so early too. I'm not sure
Uh,
what else is going on in their hand.
well, they're probably running two, um, and they have options. Yeah, like they don't want to put other things down. Um, and they could leave the small step there, but it also could be a situation that they feel like they're going to get through their deck by the time they need the small step, and then they can just get it out of discard, so they don't really need it in their hand at this point. I feel like small step's a card that you can worry about later on if you're running hostage. So we'll see if that ends up being the case. They are down 4 spots on the tumult, though. You do want to kind of prevent your opponent from advancing too much early so you can get to those 8 mana celebration days, or even, I guess, 7 mana if you have a cost reduction. But we'll see how we're able to make this one work. But at the moment, not ideal. They don't even have that too much of an advantage as far as the hand is concerned either. Just one more card than their opponent. And their opponent does have that recruit starting out as well. So that'll be advantageous to them. We'll see if they're able to stop them here at least a little bit. It'll be a 5 mana turn. We could see things like Sakuraru's Fury, um, which will set them back a little bit, but not a whole lot. And it would create the mana moth by playing it as well. But I have to imagine Timpet has some options to get over that if that is the choice.
Yeah, seeing the Fury here would be really, really great for the Moyo player. Like you said, the Afanis is really far on the Tumult, and it would help push it back a bit. I appreciate what they're trying to do by drawing multiple cards and trying to really fill up their hands so they can set themselves up for an advantage. But with the Faunus being such an aggressive deck and already being so far advanced, it's kind of a dice roll if they're gonna even see it to the point where they can start casting things like their small step. And if they'll ever even see the opportunity to cast Celebration Day at that point might be a little bit iffy. Getting to 8 mana is great, but with no cost reducers currently out, it can get a little dicey for Moyo.
Yeah, we do have see some card draw in the Gift of Self in the Magical Training. Haven't seen any Conjuring Seals yet, which sometimes are a bigger factor for Moyo, especially if you have the rare versions of Conjuring Seal. You can draw 3 as well as get a Moth for 4 cost. We may get to see that here, or not. Either way, we do know that there is that sap infusion, I believe, still in the hand of the Afanis, so they can go over on either side. We will see the Isatok hit the board here. I have to imagine that's going to be used as card draw at this point, just using that support ability.
Yeah, the card draw and wheeling into something that might be a little bit more useful than Isatok, not that Isatok would be useless, but getting a 6 mana character out there that won't trigger your hero is a little risky, and yeah, they're just gonna draw the card with it. I'm not sure if they're bricking in their hands, if they're just not getting what they're looking for, or if they're just trying to draw as much as they can to set up. But at this point, if they don't put down any kind of character or any kind of way to stop this Ufantis, he's just gonna steamroll through. Because at this point, even if he does get something like a small step and heat advantage one, or if you get the Sakurabu's Fury, the Ufantis will still be so far ahead that it might just be insurmountable. He's not I mean, the Moyo's not out of the woods yet. He can definitely still maybe
But
hold out a little bit.
yeah, the best play probably at this point is to block one side, whether it be with a character or something like an off you go. But we will see the Studious Disciple, double Studious Disciple that will get the block that they're looking for. So they do prevent the 2-0, which is definitely what they need, but it does put Afanis in a spot for this 6 mana turn where they will be able to double advance and win. So I'm sure that is something that the Moyo is going to have to look into. We could be seeing that Sakuraru's Fury come up here as well, because then it wouldn't matter if the double advance happens, and that would get them to a 7 mana turn. But I don't think that's ideal for them. They do have cost reduction in the Studious Disciple, so if they are able to Sakurabu's Fury, and even allow the double advance for the Afanis, then technically they could still Celebration Day on a 7 mana turn. Whether they want to use it that earlier or not, I don't know. They won't have a lot of setup to prevent things for following turns. So it all depends on what's in their hand at the moment. Faunus is definitely in the driver's seat, but they're gonna want to end this sooner rather than later. Double advances only at this point.
Yeah, the Moyle's gonna have to work double time just to even try and catch up to the Afanis. And I mean, even if Moyle does play something like a 4 cost spell that can get them a Mana Moth, if they do play that Sakura Bruise Fury, they're still gonna have to deal with those cheap removal spells that Afanis is known for, like Off You Go, that can just get rid of it for free. Um, well, for the cost of 2. But it still is an interesting game. I would love to see Moyo try and come back from this. I think maybe if they use their time setting up their hand, sculpting it to just draw as much as possible and really get the cards they need to survive through this game and just get to the later stage of the game where they will have a better advantage once the Athenasis is bled out a little bit more. Um, they could definitely have a chance, but I would love to see how this Moyo plays this out because he's gonna have to play really carefully in order to not overstep and make sure Faunus can't sneak over an extra point in an expedition that'll make him double advance. So these mana moths are gonna be really, really important to making sure he can at least block in the hero expedition and then maybe find something to do in the companion to keep the Afanis from advancing or just stall him in some way because Moyo hasn't moved at all yet.
Yeah, I don't think they're as concerned about moving necessarily,
Yeah.
but more of what you're mentioning as far as stalling. It's just going to be a situation where they're going to try to play as little as possible. That way, they can force their opponent to play and give themselves options to play around so that they don't have to play the bigger things and know that they're going to get double advanced on. Ideally, here for the Moyo, they do find a way to only allow for no advance or potentially the back things up with Sakurabe's Fury and then prevent the double advance together. That doesn't seem like that's likely at the moment. So we'll have to see what they have in hand. We all are also betting on the idea that they could be running into a celebration day on the following turn, but we don't know that's the case. We do see a Moth to a Spring here,
Okay.
which will be able to draw a card as well as create another Moth. So double moth here. This does require the faunus to play a little bit more. However, it kind of still puts them in a decent spot because they can still play low cost things. That Katagiri and Mage Dancer could easily get over that moth on the hero side, and all they have to do is play spells to boost things up. Notable thing here, though, is that those one cost spells do get fleeting, go straight to discard with a faunus. I still play with the Honorata Defaunus cards in person, so sometimes I forget. But yeah, that is the case at the moment. Still 4 mana left. Only 1 mana here left for the Moyo. Probably only looking to play a character. Maybe trying to draw another card. Yeah, it looks like they're going to discard to potentially draw here for magical training. Oh, double discard. So we were looking at a 3 cost.
Interesting. And
Oh,
there's an off you go, alright.
yeah. So they're going to off you go that Mage Dancer. Nice. Leaving room for one more to be played here, a magical training. So at this point, realistically, all the Faunus needs is to be able to play a one cost character and another smaller spell. And it does look like Moyo does have a decent amount of answers as far as sleeping with a beauty sleep. They are having to use a lot of resources, everything that they have in hand in order to make something work. Um, 2 is still available here for a Faunus to get the boost needed. Oh, and they have a Beauty
Oh,
Sleep as
wow.
well. So they will at least get one singular advance, putting themselves in a good spot for the following turn. We'll have to see if the Moyo can respond in any way. The fact that they used double cost reduction on that off you go and didn't save one for something like a celebration day on the following turn makes me think that they possibly don't have that in hand at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the Moy was trying to draw through as much of their deck early in the game with those magical trainings, um, but they just didn't draw through enough of it to really turbo through to get to the point where they need to before Afanis had already popped off. But I think that's what was obviously trying to happen early in the game, just draw as many cards as you can, get as much advantage from it as you can, but they just weren't drawing in 2 cards to cycle them into more cards, and now they just don't have the critical mass to ensure that they'll be able to cast a Celebration Day, or that they'll be able to cast a Sakurabu's Fury, or get through those small steps, just recast them again and again. The Afana just kinda ended up running away with the game. I mean, there's still removal to be had from Moyle, and I love to see this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the beauty sleep is available. It will cost 3 unless they have some way to recycle it. They are gonna straight up play that 3 cost beauty sleep. Yeah, it's gonna go straight onto that spindle harvester. We'll see how the Aphonis is able to respond. They do have an interaction of their own here, and the off you go. Gonna go and take care of that Mana Moth. we'll have to figure out what the Moyo has available here. They cannot play a Sakurabi's Fury at the 5 cost at the moment, but they do have another Beauty
Wow.
Sleep, so they're just playing here to keep things on board and potentially play for an 8 cost celebration day, and it really won't matter how many characters are already on the board for the Afanis.
I'm really interested to see what this Moyo is gonna do with their last 3 mana.
I think they were planning on saving that to be open for
Yeah.
the beauty sleep in case they played another character. So now they're gonna be forced to play the magical training. The Afanis doesn't have a character though, so Moyo should be happy to just let things go. If they do have a one cost character, they can go ahead and throw it out there, but it doesn't look like that's the case. And we will head to the dreaded 8 mana turn.
Alright, let's see if they drew into that celebration day. Let's hope.
Didn't seem like they were keeping it in hand. They were in
Yeah.
as far as hostage deck, we haven't seen them draw as many cards as I'm sure they would have liked. So we'll have to see if that comes into being a factor here.
And we've got the celebration day. That's gonna lock down all expeditions for now, so the Afanis isn't going anywhere. And both of the characters Afanis played have fleeting now too, so they're just gonna go away after this. So they're gonna have to try and rebuild with only a handful of cards and really not as much advantage as a Moyo. If the Moyo can keep up, this tempo of locking out, maybe they drew into another Sakuraba's Fury, maybe they drew into another Celebration Day or something that could really help them keep locking down the board and allow them to just hold out until they can keep creating those mana moths and bleed out a faunus of cards and then just kind of keep going from there.
Yeah, we will see the Afanis use that Ysmir Signet to be able to get enough boosts on that Mage Dancer here in order to allow them to draw a card at dusk. Um, the Afanis will also be able to follow up with a cheap Mage Dancer play here. The first of the celebration days is gone here for the Moyo. But we'll see if they're able to run into more or if they have some other options to deal with things. Some other plays that I like to do when I try to run a hostage deck, especially with Moyo, because I thought it was fun to just give it a try, is when you hit that 10 mana turn, being able to play a double Sakurari's Fury, which is essentially is the same thing as a celebration day and moving your opponent back 2 spaces, and even if they double advance, it doesn't matter, but we'll have to see what's gonna happen. They do have a decent amount of cards in hand. Nothing like, 20 cards or however they're in the rest of their deck in their hand, but, they are down to 11 cards in their deck. So there is a good chance that they have run into at least 1 more Celebration Day. Um, and we'll see if that is the case. We have seen at least 2 beauty sleeps being played. I'm not sure if we saw a third or not. Not even sure if they're running the third, but they definitely could be because it feels like that is a common card. Nice and cheap to keep your opponent on the board without having to worry about other things. Haven't seen very many characters though, other than the Undines and the Studious Disciples. Occasionally, we might see an Katagir Alchemist to kind of surprise your opponent and get over them with a decent sized character at 3 costs. But haven't seen that yet. We'll see if that pops up at any point. But we are on the 9 mana turn, and we'll see what the Moyo starts out with.
I was just about to say, I would love to see another Undyne. I mean, it'd be really interesting if they could play it and then the next turn just discard it from reserve to give something like a Celebration Day or Sakuraba's Fury or something big, or have it lose fleeting. So that way, they can just keep casting it again and again. This is a great turn for it because if they're able to do it in the next turn, if they can give it, um, if they can make it lose fleeting in the coming turns, and that way they'll be able to just recycle it again and again, and Afanis won't really be able to do too much about it, especially if they have a sleight of hand that just lets them get it back to their hand, multiple times, so that they can just kind of abuse it through that.
So an interesting, unique Flamel here at 6 cost 3 from reserve. From hand, you may return a spell from your reserve to your hand. 4/3/3 in stats as well. And when I go to reserve from the expedition zone, draw 3 cards. So that could be a huge thing here if they are able to maintain the ability to not let their opponent advance. I'm not sure what they have in hand at the moment that's going to be able to stop it with 3 mana. That 6 cost Flamel was a big play. I feel like they just went ahead and passed.
Oh,
They
yeah.
they
Yeah.
they didn't they didn't have anything, they just threw that out there. Okay, I thought they had some plan there, but, it doesn't seem like that's gonna be the case, and, we will see the Afanas just take this one. Moyo didn't run into the cards that they need, they didn't hit that second celebration day, and, we will see the end of the game.
I think the fact they didn't Conjuring Shield too is very, very rough. If they had been able to draw, 6 cards off of it by using it twice, that would have really helped them power through their deck, but, they must not have seen any, and which is weird because they only had, like, what, 10 cards left in their deck at the end of the game. So I'm
Mhm.
kinda surprised that they were left kinda hanging on that. They could have really had, a very different game if they were able to get at least one of them.
Yeah, I mean, they did get to the point where they did get 2-0 twice, in the first 2 days. So after that, it does become a little bit more difficult to be able to play things like Conjuring Seal, especially the rare version at 4 cost, because it leaves you with little mana to be able to counter the board. And if your opponent 3-0s, I mean 2-0s again on day 3, they're essentially 1 away from advancing. And that's not a spot you want to be on, I'm sure. But either way, interesting setup there. Didn't get to see the hostage come to fruition quite yet, but, that table 5 that we were gonna play ended up that person didn't show up, so good thing we left. We'll see what else that we have going on here. Any table that you wanna jump to?
Let's try table 6, right below table 5. Crypto Bob and ATP Loan.
And it's done.
They just finished.
Yep. Alright, let's take a look. Table 8, next one down.
Table 8. There we go.
Switch
And a Venga
over.
versus Kojo.
Yeah, we do have a Loki, and the rare variety over for the Novinka at the moment. So don't get to see those played a lot unless they are played in the unique form, it feels like. But still quite interesting to see these two particular heroes out here. Haven't seen very much Kojo in my random queues that I've been doing on BGA, but still, obviously good hero, and I can't see it going away anytime soon. I know a lot of people are experimenting with the new hero when Skybound came out, but a lot of one costs at the moment here for the Kojo. Be curious to see what they have as that last card in hand.
Yeah, if they can get anything to sneak over the Daedalus, that would just be a double advance. It looks like they're able to X marks the spot. Yep. I'm curious what the Kojo has in their hand.
Yeah, they'll need to find a way to stop things from and they do have the Sarengar. Can't utilize the rest of the mana, so we'll look at the Navinka here potentially getting the boost that they need, especially with the Martingale out, and they sure do. So that will be enough to block, not enough to double advance and win the game, but put themselves in a good spot here to take one more advance and win. They will have to deal with that Kojo Buddha turn coming up, but not a lot of resources here for the Kojo. Moving on, we do know at least one of those cards that they will draw here based off of the X marks the spot will be a Fire Rabbit, because I believe it went to the 2 spot.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that comes into what we need here. I have to imagine the Kojo isn't going to need to mana, especially with the low cost cards in reserve, and what we know at least one card is in hand. Yeah, we don't, and now it'll just be a matter if the Navinka does the same, because I have to think that they're pretty low to the ground as well, especially at 9 mana.
Yeah, it looks like no one's gonna put down any mana, so it's kind of gonna be a slugfest. It looks like everything's gonna get used. I mean, it's good for the Nevenka that they have so many things that can help them roll dice. Like, I've seen Nevenkas not really get their dice rolling cards, and they can't really use them to their maximum effect, so the fact that she has a Daedalus and that Martingale that we know about could be really, really useful for getting over that big, Kojo and Buddha turn, because she already has information on what one of the Kojo's cards are, Now she kinda just has to guess what the other one is, but if it's nothing crazy, it'll probably be another low-cost character. So if she feels comfortable getting around it, she only needs to advance on one side, and from there, it's gonna be a mystery to see what this Kojo has for the second card. They just played that Fire Rabbit, and they're gonna give their Buddha the boost there,
Yeah, interesting
but
that they decided to go with the fire rabbit immediately here. Maybe they're just trying to play it right away, saying that I know you know I have it,
yeah.
and we'll see what they can do. Oh, and we do get to
Oh, wow.
me, come out. Not a card that I've seen a lot in Navenka. Makes sense why you could do it, but not always the case as far as being able to want to play it. So we'll see if that turns out well for them. They will be able to use the Daedalus. They'll have at least their hero ability, and maybe they have something else in hand that is also going to allow for a role and make that a fairly big character, if that's the case. But we will see the Isin Boshi being played from reserve. Not going to utilize it for its support ability. Still 4 mana left here for the Kojo. I'm guessing it might be some type of removal. We'll have to see if that's the case.
And then I just rolled a 6 off the Daedalus too, which will be really nice, giving multiple boosts, and now I'm curious what this Kojo has, 'cause
Okay, Pathfinder.
oh, Bravo's Pathfinder, okay.
Not going to be enough to block though. So
Yeah.
it looks like that will be it. And they did have another role here in the form of the Snowball Commando. Not going to matter though. And we will see the victory go to the Navenka here.
Yep. Love seeing the Venkas win. She kinda went from being a dark horse to I've seen her in a couple competitive matches here and there when I'm watching, or when I'm just rolling on Board Game Arena playing a few games. She always does very well for herself. You'd be surprised. I mean, dice roll is very lucky, but generally hitting as long as you're not hitting ones, you're doing good.
Yeah, especially when you can mitigate that with the martingales. I have seen did feel like I saw a good amount of Navenkas go away from the rare martingales,
Yeah.
in previous decks, opting for just taking the RNG risk, kind of thing, and using maybe common martingales just for the cost reduction and using the rare slots for other items. But, this particular deck list was using the rares, focusing a lot more on those dice rolls. So, we are getting into the near end of this first round of the Swiss, and we will see what games are left. Does look like next one open is table 20. See if that one's still open by the time I click on it. It seems like it is. Oh, you'll be happy
Oh, it's Goalrang, there we go. Should've come to this game first. It looked like she's about to win too. Not that I'm surprised, but
with a measly 15 mana for both players.
nothing too crazy.
Interesting that both of them decided to keep on manning at this point, but makes sense. 3 mana left here for the Kojo. I'm not sure if this Kojo is running Hunger, but it does not seem like that would have been the case,
Yeah.
because there are 2 Muscatets on the board, and it feels like they would have dealt with that already if they could. We do get to see a Duel of Grit hit the board. They'll be should be able to target any character that's out on the board at the moment, but I don't believe it'll be enough regardless because the goal rank is up on both sides.
Looks like, yeah, he's gonna take that Haven trainee, but again, Goring has 2 more mana, and yep, she's just gonna play down that Monolithic 8, and it looks like that's the game right there. Not that I'm surprised, Goring obviously won. I would expect nothing less.
Yeah. Interesting thing with Goring is that I mean I don't know if you've played a lot with the hero lately, but it doesn't seem like it necessarily needs to benefit too much from Skybound Odyssey cards. As far as the standard deck list, I don't know if you've seen anything different or not.
No, she didn't really, use too many cards from Skybound, honestly. Funny enough, I put a 2 of the Western Winds, in my Gorang deck. I have a lot of things like, field reinforcements and the Mezictats that care about being behind in both zones. If I ever am over advanced in one expedition, I can always just go back in another and advance in the second, and then kinda just find a way to balance it out so I can get, the double draw and recruit off of the field reinforcements, or I can keep my Mesic sets online. And it's a great 2 of. I also have a unique that cares about landmarks, so I threw in 2 blue caps to help fill up
Mm,
my landmarks if I don't advance. And then if I don't need them, I can just resupply with them. So it's good card draw and it's a good 2-drop common. So I run a few Skybound cards in my Glorying deck. I know a lot of people don't, but I found good success with them.
nice. Blue cap, great card. Anyway,
Oh yeah.
let's see here. Looks like there are a few games going, but the round should be ending here momentarily. We'll go ahead and try to jump into one of them to see if we catch the very end. That one's down. Let's see what else we got here.
Looks like 40 is going on.
Jump into 40. Give that a shot.
Up there we go. Arjun and Spike versus Tress and Rossum.
Should be interesting to see how Arjun's being played. It does look like we have a migratory crane out on the board. The game is fairly close compared to what we're used to. It's also pretty interesting that we do only have 7 mana on the side of the traced, but we have 9 for the Arjun. Think that they would be running more. Maybe they started a little bit later. They do have 8 and 10 cards available to them respectively, so maybe running a little bit different here. We are running up unto the point though where I think the times will balance out here shortly, and we could be kicked out here by BGA at any point, but we'll see if that is the case. At the moment, they are dead even on the board, and the Argent has more time available to them. So they could just run with a good old fashioned BGA strat of trying to take as much time as possible and hope that they win. We'll have to see if that's the case. And they do
Every time.
clutch, clutch Argent win here using BGA time.
There's only so much time you can wait in some of those matches too. You don't wanna be sitting there forever.
So that will take us to round 2 of
Alright.
the weekly Aces, season 1, week 4. I am once again Blue here for the English cast, joined by Horizon. Horizon, how you been? Getting some more free time for some Altered lately?
Oh my gosh, yeah. I finished my last, college class about a week ago, and I'll find out, later this week if I graduated. Hopefully I
Mm,
did. And, I'm just jamming altered games, going to weeklies later tonight, and just
nice.
trying to get in some practice and coming back to casting now that I have some free time.
Nice. Well, it looks like round 2 has started. Let's go ahead and join table 6. We'll get to watch Clay play, the head of the Altered Aces, who started up this weekly event for the folks over in EU on Mondays. So we'll see how they're doing. I have to imagine he's playing Sigismar deck, but if he's not, I will be genuinely surprised. But we'll see if that is the case and who he's up against.
Yeah, Sigismar's ever since he's been around, he's been a popular one. Everyone seems to be flocking to him when they have uh, a win that they really need to get, or if they're really trying to practice those basic skills. I don't blame people. I'm a big Ortis guy myself.
And it does look like it is a Sigismar mirror matchup, and I'll switch over here.
Go down with the Ortis Crier.
Not a bad one cost to start things off. If you can get that into the reserve fairly early, it becomes a nice 2 cost play,
Yeah.
especially when you get those boosts out at 332. And it will be responded to by another 1 cost play here using the Templar. Now it is a question of what they have left, and we will see some Ascended
Oh.
play here in the form of the Ortis Messenger.
Ascend is such an interesting mechanic. It really does help with things like the Sigismar when you do kind of have that parity you need to break and hopefully get, an advance when you're generally going to be tied more often than not. What does play has? Tough decision here. I wonder what they have in their hand.
I think it's a decision on what they wanna play here. They are gonna go with
Yeah.
the Ascended Trooper. Um,
Oh.
we'll allow a 1 for 1 here. I think the decision was more so of if they wanted to advance on the other side and show both
Mhm.
cards. In this scenario, they are gonna opt for the 1 for 1 on the same side and, not show that first card over on the hero side, so makes it a little bit more guessing as far as before those either side is flipped. Big thing on the tumult is just getting knowledge as far as which cards are flipped and what can you expect on the following turns. So we'll see if that comes to factor in here a little bit. But very similar starts here for both of these Sigismar players, and not always a bad shot here for the turn one Sigismar to not fall behind here and being able to manage another 1 for 1. So we'll see how that one turns out. Very similar states for both players.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how their decks differ. They're already kinda showing they've got some similarities with those Ascend cards. Um, I always love it when I see a random card thrown out, that you really wouldn't expect otherwise. I love those kinda pet cards people sprinkle in from time to time. I know the Ascend cards are good, Sigismar, like I had mentioned earlier, but, there's always a little bit of flavor that people like to add to their own unique decks, and I'm always excited to see what that spice is that people bring.
Yeah, top Sigismar here taking advantage of being the second player here, essentially copying the bottom Sigismar as far as what they can do, thinking that they can play that Ortis Crier, but surprise, you can't. There's a Jack Frost. But they have a backup here and another messenger, and that will allow them to double advance, especially with the Ascended, even though they didn't really need it for the mountain terrain, and it will give them that advantage on the tumult that you do want as a Sigismar player, especially in this mirror matchup, just trying to maintain advantage. And we do have similar cards still. We haven't seen either player be able to pump out any card draw. I am almost positive both of them are running it in their unique slots available to them. I don't know if either is running things like Gift of Self to be able to add additional card draw, but I have to imagine we will see them in the unique slots if we get to see any unique cards played. But in the meantime, dead even as far as cards available, but ahead is the top Sigismar.
Yeah, I mean, having that Jack Frost too is gonna be really interesting to see how the top Sigismar plays around it, knowing that it's probably just gonna come down and, exhaust one of their reserved cards. Trying to be sure that they can play around it, or maybe the bottom Sigismar just keeps it as a threat and says, "Hey, I've got it." So maybe if there's a key turn that'll happen coming up soon, they'll be able to hold them, hostage over it, just so they can kind of have that power move. And the top Sigismar is gonna play that Ortis Crier down. Um, I'm interested to see what else they have. I know they have, yep, looks like that Jack Frost is coming down too.
Yeah, no reason not to play
Yeah.
the Ortis Crier immediately. Kind of forces your opponent to play that Jack Frost in order to hit your other card. We will see the rare sword come out here on the board. This will allow the ability for something to get boosted, as well as having a support ability of the rare sword, and actually it's both swords to be able to boost the next character as well. So we have to imagine that there's probably a two cost either removal or character for the top Sigismar at the moment. So the bottom Sigismar and Clay is gonna have to try to play around that. It won't matter if they play that Aegis Templar on the hero side. Just a lot of stats to have to deal with. They may just want to try to reinforce the companion side and go for a 1 for 1 and just stay one behind on the tumult. But instead, they are going to hit the board here with the Sandman. They could target their own token here if they feel like they're fine with the 1 for 1 and set themselves up. And sure enough, they do. This is one of my favorite plays in Sigismar, being able to set yourself up really well for a following turn, especially when you're down on the tumult. This gives you the opportunity to potentially either 2-0 or 2 for 1 and even things up entirely.
Yeah, it's always a really interesting play when you Sandman your own. your own creatures, your own characters. Um, it works out great in situations like this when you really aren't advancing anyway, and you can just set yourself up great for the next turn. But like you said, yeah, the top Sigismar is still behind in that hero expedition, so or the bottom Sigismar is behind in the hero expedition. The top one's one ahead. I love to see um the bottom Sigismar come over now that they have this, 3-3-3 Ordis recruit. It'll kind of break that parity of the 1-1-1 that they normally get.
Indeed. So we will
Yep.
see the second recruit come out on the board here. Um, two cards at hand for both players. Again, we have not seen any card draw, and we've had similar plays by both players. So neither player getting the advantage as far as resources available to them on cards. We'll have to see how the bottom Sigmar here can start things off, knowing that they have that three stat advantage over on the hero side. Might just see that Sandman come out here immediately because they are both on water for the companion side, and it is a two cost play. And sure enough, that is what we get to start with. And now it is up to the top Sigmar to see how they can respond. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Messenger come out to start the Ascended plays, but they could have something else. And we do see our
Oh,
first
wow.
unique of the game if you want to go ahead and read that one off.
Yep, it's just whenever it enters from anywhere, you draw a card. Just like you said, they'd have their card draw stuck with their uniques, and that's exactly what it is. They can always discard it from the reserve to create an Ordis recruit and target expedition, but right now they're just drawing cards.
Indeed. Just seeing what resources they can get to them. Not a lot of stats. 2 mana, 0/1/1. Just a solid card available to them. Now we have to figure out what else could be played. Only 1 mana left here for the bottom Sigmar after that Aegis Templar play. 4 mana available to the top Sigmar. Ideal play, I have to imagine, would be something that, for example, the Messenger combined with the support ability of the Soar, getting them at 3 stats to go over the top of on the companion zone, and then leave 2 mana available to them for any removal that they might have to deal with as far as a one cost character, or even getting rid of some bigger characters if that's the case. So we will see the messenger come out, but the boost not utilized from the soar, and we do get to see the one cost play of the ugly duckling common variety here for the bottom Sigismar, just to add another stat. If they have the 2 cost removal here, now that would be a big play for the top Sigismar, but we'll have to see if that's the case. Instead, we will get to see the discard for a 2 cost play of the Frog
Oh,
Prince.
wow. That's a really nice one to get that boost off of, especially when you're both in water.
Yeah, they're
Yep,
opting
wow.
just to use the discard on the sword because it seems like they were planning on getting rid of it anyway. They obviously didn't
Yeah.
need that additional boost, um, but now they have both the characters in reserve. They do have a slight advantage as far as cards available to them. They will be able to draw immediately here with that Paper Herald that you mentioned before that draws on arrow. But the bottom Sigismar will again have an advantage with the additional recruit, not as big as the last time. And they didn't get that ideal double advance like they were looking for. So we'll see if they can manage to do it this time around.
Worth noting too, the bottom Sigismar did not mana this turn. So the top Sigismar will have an advantage on that, and they just played their unique again too. So they just recycled that card and drew it back again. So now they're still uh even as far as cards in hand goes.
Yeah, it's interesting with Sigismar play because you do occasionally get to see around the even as early as almost 4 to 5 mana. Occasionally, they decide not to mana depending on what they have. Um, so not too surprising not to see a mana here at 6, especially depending on what they drew, knowing that they have a lot of low cost cards that they could potentially play around, and knowing that the game could be coming to a close here fairly soon. They are definitely focusing on the possibility of getting that double advance here, putting themselves in a spot to win the game as well as prevent their opponent from winning as well. The Frog Prince is a nice spot there on the companion side, both blocking and water, and putting a good amount of stats in the Forest Expedition. we'll have to see what the bottom Sigmar has available to them. They're gonna start us off here with a raw play of the Aegis Templar, which will help them with the water stat and get the block on the forest, but they will have to look out for things like like sores or anything that's going to allow the ascended expedition, especially with only 2 mana left. They could have 2/1 costs. They could have something like a teamwork training. We'll have to see if that's the case. And I'm almost positive that the bottom Sigismar and Clay is running a tiny jail, if I'm not incorrect. But we'll have to see if that's the case.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see any kind of removal from the bottom Sigismar here, because like you had mentioned earlier, even a Sigismar being one expedition ahead can really put them at a huge advantage, especially if you keep moving forward at parity like they have for most of the game. And it looks like the top Sigismar just played down a Gargoyle to ascend target expedition, and they're going to pick their hero expedition, which will be a huge help in making sure that they can get that advance off. But and they're still advancing in forest, so I'm interested to see what this bottom Sigismar has. Is it going to be a teamwork training? Is it going to be that Tino jail you had mentioned? Anything that'll help them get over the top Sigismar stats?
Yeah, at this point, it's gonna be rough because
Yeah.
they even if they can hit a removal and they would at best put them in a spot 2 1 for 1, and then they have to worry about their opponent's last 1 mana that they got 4 mana in this last turn being at 7 mana, and that could be anything from an Ordish Trooper to even a rare, Frog Prince that I have seen some Sigismars decide to run. There's things like the Foundry Mechanic and the Out of Faction, and any of those would cause trouble for the bottom Sigismar. So now it's just a question of if they have removal, do they play it? And then just kind of hope that the opponent doesn't have a one cost to screw them over, or are they trying to figure out a different way out? I have to imagine they have some play here. Could just be 2/1 costs. I don't think it is, but yeah, it's just going to be an Ordis Attorney. And now it is the question of if there's anything else. There's not. Top Sigismar is happy with what things turned out here. It will be the 1 for 2. Bottom Sigismar had to use a lot of resources to make it happen, but they do even things out here, and it will be fairly even resources. Bottom Sigismar utilizing those tokens from the Templar and the like of the Sandman to constantly maintain a board state advantage. We'll see if that turns out to be even a little bit better than slightly more cards in hand and one more mana for the top Sigismar.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if the top Sigismar does end up putting down another card, or if they just want to keep that card advantage in hand and just keep the 4 cards. Do they care about the mana? What's the mana cost of some of the things they're running? I'd imagine it wouldn't be anything more costly than, a 3 cost Aegis Templar. So I'd be interested to see how they keep this, you know, card advantage over the bottom Sigismar. As the bottom Sigmar is coming into this next day with an extra Ordis recruit in his companion expedition, which is already going to be a great start. And now that they're neck and neck and they're tied in the tumult, it's really going to be anyone's game. The bottom Sigismar is putting down a card from hand into mana, and I'm interested to see what the top Sigismar does as well.
Yeah, I
As that
think
much,
they have a good advantage here in the sense of that they were going second, so they could see if the bottom Sigismar was going to mana or not, to decide if they wanted to, and it comes down to what you're talking about. They're gonna manage the additional cards in hand since they managed last turn, similar mana, and put themselves in an advantage in that capacity. I have to imagine there's a good amount of response cards that they also have in their hand at this moment, especially with that Gargoyle from the reserve not acting as too much of a buffer here. It's decent in the forest. Doesn't it's not able to hit a nice mountain stat for 2 as far as with 3 total stats, but it does its job. And now we see what the Sigismar decides to on the bottom wants to play. Can't imagine they're going to want to throw the Templar out immediately, and they don't. They're going to just play a 1 cost trooper. And now we see what the top Sigismar decided to keep in hand that they felt like would help win them this game.
I'm interested to see what it's got to be at least some form of removal. He's just going to sandbag until the very end. he did play another Ortis trooper to mirror the bottom Sigismar, so they're tied right there for now. And then it looks like the bottom Sigismar is using all of their mana for a unique Kokoba, which when it enters, if you have 4 or more characters, it looks like characters gain 1 boost. And when it enters, you just create 2 Orcish recruits in its expedition, which is a huge, huge thing to drop.
Yeah, that is the infamous Clay Koba. It
Yeah.
is struck fear into many a hearts since the very begin of Altered, and not too surprised to see it here. It will put them in a really good spot on that hero expedition. We will get to see a tiny jail come out here for the top Sigismar. I have to imagine that's going to hit the attorney, and it will. And now they are just one character away, or even something like a Soar to be able to go one for one here. And they are going to opt for the teamwork training. Didn't have anything else that they want to do. Had to use double removal. I don't know if that's what they wanted in this particular scenario, but they are going to take this to the arena. And it may not be the most ideal setup for them, especially with the Kokoba having arrow effects from reserve and being able to put out a huge amount of stats based off of that four cost play. And we'll have to see if that's going to be enough for the following day and what this top Sigismar can do. I mean, ideally for them, they have a spy or a Jack Frost ready to be able to hit that Kokoba and give themselves a fighting chance. But if not, they're just going to have to try to throw as many stats on the board as they can. But with a tiny jail, a trooper, and just one card in hand, I don't know if that will be enough. So ideally, they have some type of interaction for the reserve. If not, and we'll find out almost immediately, they could be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, without that sabotage, I don't know what the top Sigismar can do here. Like you said, the Kokoba is just so overwhelming, and being in overtime, the rules work a little differently about how counting stats go. So it could just snowball to the point where there's nothing really he can do, even with that tiny jail showing in the reserve.
Yeah, he decides the mana here. So feeling like the curve that they have is going to be helpful to them. No mana here for the bottom Sigismar. We're going to find out real quick if we have a Spire Jack Frost to interact. We don't. Now that's the case. It allows the bottom Sigismar to start building up the board a little bit as well. So they don't have to immediately play the Kokoba. The only thing that this would be a supreme double play on for the top Sigismar would be is if they had something and they force their opponent to play something else because they think they don't have anything and they end up having it anyway. But that'd be a bit pretty big brain play. I don't think that's gonna even cross Clay's mind here. They're like, you know what? Fine. If you in case you decide to make that play, I'm just gonna throw the stats out just in case. I'm not even gonna care about building the board out more. I still got a bunch of stats, and now we'll see if it's gonna matter. Doesn't seem like it will. We do see the Tiny Jail hit the Kokoba, reducing the amount of stats on the board. They do still have 2 cards in hand, and we'll see how this one pans out here.
Yep.
Sid is not going to help much here, but does add to the stats. And only 2 left here for the top Sigismar. And despite having the lead the entire game, it does look like we will see a GG here. And Clay able to take this one as the bottom Sigismar, playing from behind the entire time, evening things out on that second to last day, and then taking things in the arena, courtesy of the Clay Kokoba that everyone knows and probably doesn't love.
Kokoba's always a nasty one to play against, especially when it's just for free every time it comes in. You're either getting dudes or you're getting boosts, and there's just it makes it very hard to surmount that much advantage.
All right. Good game to start off that round two. Plenty of games left here to take a look at. So let's scroll down a little bit and I'll look at the top and see what else we can do. How about table 32?
Now table 32. Wow, a Rin Orchid Mirror.
As is tradition, everyone knows how meta Rin is at the moment. I did run into a Rin recently on BGA that kind of just destroyed me on day 3 and hit me with a festival victory, day 3
Oh my
early.
gosh.
So and unless I'm crazy, I'm pretty sure that's about as early as you can do it, these days. So, um, we'll see, what both of these players have. Good amount of new cards for the bottom Rin. We do have the same here for the top Rin as well. They have a unique Forest Nymph on the board, 501 stats, 3/3 cost, and then arrow effect of if I'm facing an expedition in forest, up to 2 target characters each gain 1 boost.
And the bottom Rin does have those 2, Lyre Contortionists in their reserve, which, is obviously really nice to being sure that they can just kinda hold it for when they need it, but they're neck and neck, so they must have been holding it for a little while, and it looks now is the time they need it. So hopefully they'll be able to get something with that. Again, they're not really in forest, so it's not the best, but, it's allowed them to keep them there maybe just as that threat to say, "Hey, I have this, so don't overstep too much." They can always block because both, top expeditions for the top Rin and Orchid are in forest, but I'm interested to see what else she has, in her hand, if she's gonna play that one mystery card or if she's gonna go right from reserve.
Yeah, the fact that we see the Capella hit the board here for the Rin and not be saved for the Rin ability is kind of a factor in the form of saying that they definitely want to confirm that they get at least one of those expeditions, try to go one for one potentially, and we will see the common version of the Persephone pop up on the board that won't be able to stop the Rin on the bottom side for left, but it does look like it could potentially be a double advance for both of them, and it will. So we will see a arena with both players double advancing, and I mean, it's also interesting because it does mean that the Capella wasn't necessarily needed on the companion zone, but probably forced in order to keep things moving for that top Rin. And we'll have to see how this one turns out. We get the double draw to reserve because of the forest advancements, and we will see a colorful cuckoo still on the board here for the bottom Rin.
Yeah, it's great that that Cuckoo is, staying on the board to keep them having their own form of advantage because the top Rin and Orchid is getting that double draw discard, and the bottom one is not. Um, they weren't advancing any forest zones.
Opting to keep the characters with the stats, not wanting to keep the Requiem available to them could have been good for the cards in reserve to play if, as far as countering those contortionists, but planning to see if they can stat over instead and see what they can draw. It's going to be difficult though for the top Rin because there's going to be similar resources and they're already down on the board itself because of that cuckoo. So we'll have to see if they're able to come up with any particular victory here. Both players deciding not to mana, going to keep those 2 cards in hand, and we'll start with the bottom Rin, who's going to just give us the court contortionists, which not too much of a surprise here. I have to imagine both players feel like they can probably play all the cards that they have available to them.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna be getting both Contortionists here, which is great for keeping that forest stat buffed up. And I'm waiting to see if the top, Rin does make a little slip up. So far, I don't think she will, which is good, but I've seen people, make the slip up into the Cuckoo where they'll put, uh, a character into that facing expedition and give it that additional boost, just purely on accident without thinking twice.
And the fact that we saw that soar for a second time means that they still have double characters to play. We see a unique contortionist on the board that's 33510 in sets. When my expedition moves forward, forest, you may pay 1, you may discard target permanent with hanging 3 or less. When my expedition moves forward because of forest, if I'm fleeting up to 1 target character gains anchored, and it does look like the stats will all map out for the bottom Rin, and they will take the victory. GG's to both players. Fun little Rin matchup there.
Yeah, Rin's always a fun one to watch. I have a friend at my LGS who is rather fond of Rin and Orchid. It was always nice to see her, getting represented on PGA.
All right. What other games do we have left here for round two? We are running into the end of the round, it looks like. We can take a look at table nine, let's say, see if they're still running. They are. This will be a Sierra versus Finn matchup. Double hives out on the board for Sierra. Always interesting to see these heroes that have had their staples still be staples and see what else they can add to the board. Haven't seen a lot of Sierra as far as what they've been added to with this recent set. Feels like the biggest step up Sierra had was with Trial by Frost and potentially using Nilum. And then Whispers added a few more robots for you to work with, and now haven't really seen a good amount of them in this most recent set. So it does look like they are ahead on the board, though. So we'll have to figure out if it's going to be enough after dealing with multiple sleeps coming out from the fin.
Yeah, getting that Twinkle Twinkle returned to your hand just to recycle it again to potentially use a third time would be huge. And it does look like this year is playing 2 hooks. Just keep that, companion expedition really moving forward, because just one advance and she's got it. And I'm curious to see what other tricks either of them have because they both are playing, again, like you mentioned, multiple sleeps, and then the top Sierra or just Sierra is playing 2 hooks. Um Surprised she's playing, it from hand. She obviously has something in her hand that she wants to cast that she really wants to save that extra mana for, and I'm curious what exactly that is. So, hopefully, we'll see in time. Again, Sierra does have that, hand advantage, but, anything can still happen. Lyra does have a good amount of removal. I know we see that Avalanche coming, in the reserve from Sierra, so there's the threat of removal. Um I just love to see what this Fenning Crowbar ends up putting down if she thinks she can surmount this advantage that Sierra has in the companion expedition.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think unless the fin has something that I'm not thinking of, they could be in a difficult spot. They are going to use the cost reduction on the Twinkle Twinkle rather than Twinkle Twinkle itself. Have to imagine it's what they need. The Magping Hoarder will put them in a spot that gives them a decent amount of stats. So the only other option that I could think of in reserve is maybe something that could help interact with the board, but with that other hooked, just moving everything to one side and still having one more available, even if they have another character, it won't help, and even a
Yep.
Twinkle Twinkle won't help as well. So it will be the GG. Sierra able to take this one over the fin, and yeah, quite good there. Especially, it seems like getting out some early hives that help them maintain that board state.
Oh yeah, getting those double boosts on every robot that comes down is really, really huge for that Sierra. Surprised we didn't see a landmark at the end there, but she must have been going through landmark after landmark just to find those two brass bug hives and get them all set up so she can maintain that massive advantage it gives them.
Indeed. Have to think that the round is almost over here. We'll still hop into a game if there's one open, just to see if we can. Let's go ahead and head to table one, table 21 rather, and we'll see Spaghetti versus Ajite. Um, seeing how that game's gonna round out. It will be a Finn versus a Sigismar. Finn on top, running double Parliament of Ashes, as well as a Lyra Navigator that had a similar effect to the last Navigator in the Finn deck. Can use cost reduction to play either in a Nanti or a Magping. I have to think that it's probably going to be the Anansi because it will technically have more stats. But still 2 mana left here for the Sigismar player, which is always too much mana for the opponent to have to deal with. So we'll see if it ends up working in their favor. Teamwork training could be huge for them here. See if they manage to have the removal. They don't. We will see the 1 for 1. We will head to the arena if we don't get locked out by BGA. At the moment, the Sigismar does have the time advantage. and we'll have to see if that matters. And I did forget that it wouldn't have mattered as far as the interaction because they have the double Parliament of Ashes with too tough for the characters. So I wasn't even thinking about that. So good cards there.
Yeah, the double tough will be really rough for things like those teamwork trainings or tiny jails or anything like that. But the Sigismar is coming to this with a hand advantage. Um, 3 cards in hand, and they still have that Ordis Trooper in the reserve, and they obviously get the automatic, Ordis Recruit to beef up their stats a little bit more.
And
Ah.
JK, no arena. Um, Another time limit reached. All you EU players play slow, play faster. All right, JK. Sorry we didn't get to watch a little bit of that round there, but we'll move on over to round three here. Round three of the Swiss for the weekly aces, week four here. I once again am Blue, joined by Harizin, and we're going to go ahead and jump right into the games. Why not random number generator again? Let's do it. We'll still on table there. See if they're actually going to work this time. Table 35 is of course not there, but I'm going to imagine both of those players will show up at some point and not leave us hanging. Table 35. Come on. No? All right. Screw me then.
Ah.
Let's just go ahead and take a look at what we have in the top area here. How about table 9? And we'll go there. Players are deciding on mana, as is tradition with loading game art.
Who do you think we're gonna see in this match? Who are you hoping for?
We're obviously gonna see Sigma mirror matchup.
Alright, you're betting the Sigismar mirror. I'm guessing, we're gonna see Moyo and Silk and, who else is an interesting one? Go for Pebble.
Okay.
Moyo versus Pebble.
We have a dreamer and someone who's realistic. All right. Gameplay time is in fact the Sigma mirror matchup. Um
Ah.
Unique messenger hits the board here. It is 33122. If I am in an ascended expedition, resupply. Otherwise, my expedition ascends. So standard. And then the other one is if one or more of your expeditions is ascended, draw a card. So nice little setup there. Basically ascends it and draws a card, regardless of the situation.
Not bad. I'll take card draw any day of the week.
And we'll see the response here from bottom Sigismar. Just gonna throw out the little bitty Ordis Trooper. Do they have another card? They sure do. It's gonna be their own soar. They could have soar on either side at this point, and that will help them advance at least one for one, unless they have another one cost. And
They have
then they,
Soar.
yeah, they could just play the soar again. Will they do it, or will they play a character? Probably the soar again.
Yeah. A double advantage would be huge on day 1. Curious to see what happens.
They're teasing us. They haven't played it yet.
They're thinking, so they must have something in their hand.
Well, Rune, logistically, there are more EU players, so you all play slower than the um, 10 NA players that still exist for Altered.
It looks like they didn't play the Soar, they just took the single advance in the companion expedition and, are gonna see if they can hold that Soar for maybe a later turn to try something fancy with it.
Yeah, they must have something that they want to use it for later, or they have an idea for a curve that they think is going to be helpful. So we'll see if that's the case. They are able to match stats here with that messenger as soon as it's played with just the one cost trooper. So minus the card draw, they're able to do for 2 costs what exactly that, unique messenger does. So we'll see if that's the case. But hand advantage is definitely in the spot of the top Sigismar after utilizing that unique card, as well as only having to play one, while the bottom Sigismar had to play two. So I have to imagine we're going to start off strong here with the one cost trooper, but who knows? I could be surprised.
I mean, especially with the top Sigmar having that hand advantage of 4 cards in hand, that is just unknown information. Um, I'm interested to see what they've been drawing into, because we know half of what the bottom Sigismar has going on. They have the Soar, which they're, just about to cast, and then they have the Ortus Trooper. So, I really wanna see how this bottom Sigismar is gonna handle not having the card advantage, and now going first, having the information disadvantage, and not really being able to see, what the top Sigismar would be playing. So now they kinda have to deal with a front on both sides here. And it looks like, wow, the top Sigismar is gonna play a Jack Frost to tap down that Ortus Trooper. That's that has to hurt the bottom Sigismar. I assume a lot of their plan was revolving around that.
Yeah, the fact that the fact that they didn't play it immediately, it seemed like they had a backup option here, and in fact they do. They play the Ascended Trooper, still puts them in a decent spot here, especially with only 2 mana left for the top Sigismar. Worst case scenario, they're looking at a 1 for 1, but best case scenario, they can get double. We will see the removal in the teamwork training. 1 mana left here for the bottom Sigismar, more than likely happy with the 1 for 1, but we'll see if they are able to throw something else out. They don't wanna overload the reserve, and we will see a 1 for 1 and maintain Tumult advantage.
Yeah, as much as you want to, you can't always be playing around, uh, reserve disruption. It's always good to, but at a certain point, you gotta kinda realize if they have it, they have it. It hurts because, again, the bottom Sigismar did have that card disadvantage, but, he does have it going into the next day if it doesn't get Jack Frosted again. Uh, but it'd be interesting to see how, if it does get Jack Frosted again, how the bottom Sigismar puts down cards for mana. Does he now intend that that's what's gonna get, tapped down? Does he think instead the Ascended Trooper might try getting tapped down? Um, I'd be interested to see what the top Sigismar is gonna do with that Jack Frost. I imagine that's what he's playing first, if I had to bet.
Alright. We will get the immediate Jack Frost play here for the top Sigismar. Gonna hit which trooper?
Yep.
Gonna hit the Ascended Trooper. Not gonna allow for any Ascension happening, at least from that card. And then we will see the follow-up. I have to imagine that it's pretty tempting for that top Sigismar to play that unique to be able to draw another card, but then they do have to worry about the fact that their opponent could likely advance fairly easily with having using all of their mana up on just the remaining unique, but, we'll see if that's the case. The, Messenger, not too hot on the companion side because it would just allow for one singular stat, but does require the bottom Sigismar to have cards that they can play from hand in order to work things out. And I'm sure the top Sigismar, though, does not want to go down two on this mult, regardless of having any type of hand advantage. We'll have to see how they play this one. And they do go ahead and go with the messenger. This will allow it to be ascended, draw a card. They will be fresh out, but makes it easy for the bottom Sigismar to just take a free advance if they have the character needed. And sure enough, they do. And looks like we could either have a 1 for 1, or if there's a big enough character for 3 costs, bottom Sigismar
Do they have
will
it?
play. No, they're going
They
to
do
hold it.
not.
They could either have it and just wanted to hold it, happy with the advantage they have and don't want to overload, especially being down on resources, or they just didn't have it, like you said, and just happy with the 1 for 1. Either way, we move on. Next day, bottom Sigismar player is going first. Hand advantage, definitely with the top Sigismar. They're going to have to utilize that to kind of make up what they are down on the tumult, which is definitely a possibility. The game is nowhere near over, and we'll have to see how they're able to utilize that advantage from the early unique that they played from the messenger, and maybe take this game like we've seen in previous Sigismar mirror matchups.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be really interesting to see how. Again, I know I've been bringing it up, but this bottom Sigmar just has such a disadvantage when it comes to cards. that unique being able to play it twice, especially so early on, and just getting a card after card, and ascending your expedition so you don't really have to overcommit to be sure you advance on either side is really, really nice, and now the top Sigismar does kinda get to have the luxury of putting down a card into mana every turn and still having the advantage that the bottom Sigismar doesn't. I know the top Sigismar doesn't have any cards in reserve, and the bottom one does, but now that's known information for the top Sigismar to play around and kinda have a better idea of how they can maybe play another Jack Frost and exhaust something again, or how they can play around that pesky Ortis Trooper if they do get into, maybe they run, an Ortis Spy or 2. I'm sure they stick mostly to Jack Frosts, but, I'd be interested to see how they roll with this advantage they have in card advantage. I know they're a little behind in the tumult, but I don't think that's anything a Sigismar cannot keep up with, and we do see an Orda Spy to get rid of that, Ascended Trooper, which would be really, really nice. Because now this is just cutting the bottom Sigismar off of so much of their, card advantage. And now they've got 1 card in hand. I'm intrigued to see what they have.
Not too surprised to see the Ortis Spy as a whole. Especially with the removal of Monolithites in a lot of Sigismar decks, it's probably one of the only sabotages that we'll see as of late. We still see the early pass here for the bottom Sigismar. Uh, doesn't look like they have anything left that they want to play. Um, Top Sigismar is going to go ahead and utilize another rare sore. This time, I believe their opponent played the other Soar, and this will allow the boost to happen and put them in a spot to finally be able to take some type of advantage here in the game and not be behind on the tumult. They go ahead and utilize the Soar again, unlike their opponent did previously, and they will get the double advance, putting themselves up on the tumult and their opponent down for the use of all their cards or a good amount of them, but they still do have the card advantage as well as the tumult advantage at this point. Finally able to take use of that early unique play and put themselves in a spot to maybe win the game here in the next day or two.
Yeah, I mean, that double advantage was huge for the top Sigismar. Um, Putting them ahead even by 1 expedition gives them an advantage that might be hard to surmount, especially because again, they have all these cards in hand. They've been removing cards from reserve left and right for this bottom Sigismar. Um, and for what it's worth, the Gargoyle is statted most heavily in Mountain, and the bottom Sigismar isn't in any Mountain zones at the moment. The top one is, so they can double block. They can block in either expedition if they'd like, but I don't know if they want to prioritize blocking over advancing, depending on what they have in their hand. But I'd be interested to see how this bottom Sigmar plays. Will he put a card from hand down into mana? What'll be the deal here?
Yeah, I mean, the Gargoyle isn't in a bad spot to be in
Yeah.
as far as the bottom Sigismar, and it is able to block efficiently as well as give a decent amount of Satin Forest, whatever side it's played on. I think the bigger worry at this point is that they only have 2 cards left in hand, and they are now down on the tumult, so they'll have to figure out a way to deal with that, and the fact that they just got hit with a Jack Frost, that's just one less card that they can play at this point, and they have to deal with still 5 more mana here for the top Sigmar, probably putting them in a difficult spot, especially with what they may have in hand. They're gonna just throw out the Aegis Templar play slow as possible. Have to imagine they can still play the Templar and whatever else they have in hand. So, uh, realistically, they may just be looking at a one for one play here, and kind of avoid whatever the top Sigismar is setting up. They do get to see some fairly quick play though, so both players have what line that they have in mind, and we'll have to see if that's going to benefit the top Sigismar who has more resources, and the bottom Sigismar who's just kind of consigned to play what they can play, and there's not much thinking that they have to do about it. So we'll see what that is. We get to see the Ascendant Trooper come out, which will help them on that companion, but they have to deal with that last 2 mana from the top Sigismar, and we will see what that is here shortly. Maybe nothing. Who knows? Could just be a one for one. I don't know. It's not.
Oh,
Um
no.
Unique Haven Sarengar or Haven Trainee rather, that is 2/3, 2/1/2, reserve ability if you control token, draw a card, and arrow ability of create Norse recruit soldier token in my expedition. Rare arrow ability from the trainee there, allowing them to get the double advance, putting themselves in a spot of one more advance to take this game, and putting it in the bottom Sigismar in a really rough spot, despite having that additional recruit from the Aegis Templar that they played here on the previous day.
Yeah, I mean, the Age of Templar, like you said, is gonna leave a little remnant of it behind, but, getting over this advantage the top Sigismar has will be really, really rough. Maybe, the bottom Sigismar can get lucky and the ascension from the Ascendant Trooper will, do something for them, but being at the position they are at and the tumult, it'll be a difficult obstacle to surmount for sure.
Yep. This point, I wouldn't be too surprised to see the bottom Sigismar decide not to mana if they have the option to play both of their cards, but that may not just be the case. And even if it wasn't the option to play both cards, I imagine they're in a scenario that they can only play 3 cards regardless, and that is the case. They do not mana, and now it's just an option of being able to play one of the 2 cards in hand, potentially, and then just deal with whatever the top Sigismar has. Also knowing that the top Sigismar can likely just interact with what they have in reserve, and we will just see the straight up spy play to hit either the Jack Frost. Yeah, the Jack Frost seemed likely so that they had more to play with. Now they can play both cards in reserve, unless, of course, we see another
Yeah.
Jack Frost or a spy.
I think that might have been our 2nd Jack Frost, so we very well could see a 3rd. That is possible.
Yeah. Instead, it'll be the unique here in the trainee, allowing for a draw and a token. We'll see what the bottom Sigismar can do. Gargoyle not helping them a whole lot on that hero side, especially with water. But the trooper does come out here. We'll allow for a block for the time being, but 5 mana is a lot to deal with, and you are only down to 2 yourself. So we will see the trooper threatening both sides now, and it is not looking too good here for the bottom Sigismar. Gargoyle helping on neither side. If they have something in hand, this now's the time to play it. They do play the Ugly Duckling. It's a common though, so you cannot activate that additional ability we see in the rare. And that will likely be the game unless the top Sigismar hit absolutely nothing with their draws.
For 3 mana open, they've gotta have at least something. I'd be shocked if they didn't, and they come down with, yep, the teamwork training, and that'll close out the game for sure.
A one for one to end this one out. Top Sigismar able to use all that early card advantage to their advantage and take this game. And we'll head on back to see what other games we can watch here in this Swiss round. All right. We are in the Swiss round number 3. And we will scroll a little bit to see if we can pick some people that we may not have seen already. Table 24, why not? And it's over. Wait, no, it's not. Okay. Table 24 it is. Goal Ring versus a Kojo.
Yeah, that's a rough matchup for Goldring.
I mean, they
Hoja
won the
wants to
la-
come
we
right out of
won
the
the la-
gate.
we won the last one we saw, right? They won
Yeah,
the last
we
one.
did. That was a good showing for Goldring. It can definitely be a rough. She's not on a or Kojo's not on a, power turn right now with, Buddha out, but, it can definitely be rough if she can't, get any form of heavy advantage early on. It looks like she does have the Messick set out, which is obviously, helpful for maintaining that board presence, especially during, a Kojo power turn with that Buddha out. But, she's at 10 mana, so I don't know if she's gonna be playing any, big go wide spells like an Open the Gates, or if she's gonna have a unique that cares more about, like, gigantic for your tokens. Like, I know a lot of Gold will run an Atlas that does something similar to that. But, Gol Goldring is, Gonna have her work cut out for her, but I believe in her. I believe. I'm not too worried, but being, neck and neck in the expedition for in the tumult for Kojo is a rough thing to face for sure. Because even one mistake and you're out of the game.
Yeah, currently stacking up on that hero side. Kojo, the fact that they're using rare makes me think that they're most definitely using some variation of hunger as well. Um, I mean, rare. I said rage. Um, but we'll have to see if that does come up. I feel like this at this point, if they are able to run into a hunger in the next day or so, it would be pretty backbreaking. They do decide to throw down that Haven Warrior, which will block the companion zone perfectly, but they do still need some stats to be able to advance themselves. Uh, Goldring is down to 2 mana left for the Kojo, and we'll be seeing the last cards being played for this particular day. I'm sure the Goldring probably doesn't want to have to play too much here, especially with the fact that they'd be overloaded in their reserve. But they do have a mobile armory ready, putting themselves at the option to double advance. The Kojo can still rage again, but instead they opt to throw down the Tracer, which will allow a 1 for 1 unless the Goring has anything. They don't, and it will be a GG. Unfortunate for the Goring. They put everything they could on the board, but just too many stats there for the Kojo.
You know, she did her best at the end of the day. There's only so much you can do on Golang. Kojo wants to play a bunch of sneaky small guys, and Golang cares more about waiting until the last minute and just rushing the tumble as fast as possible. And look,
No. They didn't use Rush. They used Tracer.
you're my bad, my
Yeah,
bad.
yeah. It's okay.
I'm
Either
glad I
way,
had you.
yeah, we'll, go ahead and head on back here. I'm sure there'll be some more games to take a look at for the remaining of this round 3.
Oh yeah.
Um, what do we have that we can scroll down to? It will be, let's go to table 29 with, Elbor and Caleb.
Wow, we got an Saudi versus Arjun and Spike.
Very interesting setup, especially since both of these players are dead even. We do have one, I think it's probably one of those fun little enhanced prototypes that lets you reduce counters. Yep, sure does. And it has a straight draw card too. What a prototype. That is a nice Itzadi card.
Just getting draw after draw after draw, and just readying mana orbs. That is a really nice Saudi card.
Get to see the rare harvest hit the board. A lot of cards in reserve now. Being able to set up potentially here for that Arjun play. But we'll have to worry about the massive amount of mana that the Itzadi player does have. They should be able to get the boost there, reduce the counter, get a draw, and put themselves in a fairly good spot. But we'll see what the Arjun can do in response. They do have the option to just play as little as possible, and hope that all that Saudi have is bigger cards. But we'll have to see if that's the case. They are going to opt to just get rid of that Jack Frost. Nothing to that they want to exhaust at the moment. So they're just going to anchor something here. It looks like. Yeah, the rare Inari, always a good card to anchor if you can keep it out there. Lets you draw a card. That does mean that potentially Caleb is playing for the following day. We'll have to see if that's the scenario that shows up. Good card now would definitely be something like some beauty sleeps in order to deal with bigger cards. But surprisingly enough, the Atsadi does have some small stuff for themselves in the form of that tiny gem.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see how this Arjun handles this. Like you said, it looks like they might be trying to play for the next day, but the Saudi just has so much mana at their disposal and more cards in hand. I'm interested to see how they try and surmount this.
Yep, looks like they played everything that they have. If they have what they need, they do, will be enough. And it looks like it's Saudi will take this game. Just too much mana for the Argent to have to deal with. And still fun though to see both of these heroes that aren't necessarily considered the best in their particular factions go up against each other and make it a close game.
Yeah, it's always nice seeing how, people build decks like this that aren't, like you said, at the top of the meta. How do they make their decks a little bit more viable? How do they make it a little bit more unique to their own, play styles?
All right, let's head on back and we will see what other games we can jump on to. Do. What about table 38 or not? Bit of a game that we have going here.
Ooh. Got another Goldring. I'm happy to see it.
Yeah, has a good amount of cards in hand. Has one of those fun little Siluses that have been popular with Gold Ring players. But you know what? There's a good amount of bugs there for the sub Ash player too. We'll have to deal with hypothermia. Gotta go ahead and hit that Silas so that way they can keep on drawing cards. Now it becomes the question of can they just prevent the sub Ash from just winning games and utilize their massive card advantage here to take it for themselves? And the answer is I don't know. We'll find out shortly. But they have all three field reinforcements in the reserve as well.
Skills Reinforcements are a great card. Again, if you're always behind, it's great for getting that card draw and creating an Orders Recruit. I mean, it's really, really hard to beat, and if you run Conscription, it, adds to your Conscription cost as well, so it can get an additional or, your Conscription benefits for the amount of, Orders Recruits you can get. So it just fills up your reserve, and if he does play Conscription, it definitely would be a really nice thing to play now when he has his reserve so full. Um, but having the card advantage, like you had mentioned earlier, that this Golang has is obviously insurmountable. But if Subash can keep, you know, popping out these brass bugs, it might be hard. But there is the conscription that was mentioned earlier. So this is probably all going in the companion expedition. That'll be huge. 6 2 2 2 Ordis recruits. That that is tough to beat.
Yeah, there's a fun little interaction going on there with the Subesh, being able to remove the fleeting from the Dr. Frankenstein's that using the docking station and a restocking station rather, and then they essentially be able to restock the restocking station with their ability from reserve. So constantly just being able to play Frankenstein's if you wanted to doesn't really matter too much at the moment because it does look like they will be getting 2 owed. They still do maintain the advantage on the board, but the more and more that this Goldring is going to play and the more and more mana that they have available to them, the harder it has to be here for the sub Ash player. So we'll have to see how this one turns out. I imagine we're probably keeping one of the field reinforcements and the overseer. Interesting. I thought they might want to keep the hypothermia, but they may have another one in hand. I'm gonna assume that they do because it really doesn't matter at this
Yeah.
point because they're just straight up having to draw their entire deck. Only 3 cards left, and as soon as they play both of these Mesquitettes, they will have their essentially their entire deck.
Yeah, Mezzix has always a great one to have, especially of double of them. Getting 4 4 4 stats in each expedition, even just one Mezzix is huge. And like you said, now that we're getting those 2 Orders recruits, the Coring is gonna draw 2 more cards off of that Silas. She just got so much to work with here. It, it'll be really interesting to see how this game goes 'cause it's closer than, uh, I thought it would be. Especially with all these cards in hand, I mean, there's still a chance that Golang might have the resources, but not necessarily the tools to get over, uh, what the Subash is doing. I'd imagine it'd be pretty simple, but, I don't count anyone out until the last second.
Yeah, drawing won't matter too much here at the moment for the gold ring because pretty soon they'll draw the last card in their deck and they'll have their entire deck to play from their hand. The question is do they have enough mana to be able to work with that? And it will just start here with the Aegis Templar. Go ahead and draw that last card that we see in their deck, and we'll see how the Sub Ash can respond. I have to imagine we'll be seeing that restocking station come into play a little bit, and then only two cards left in hand as well. So, not looking ideal for him at the moment. And I do see some messages being exchanged. I am not currently reading them, but it may just be a sign of maybe they think the game's over. But at the moment, stat advantage does go to the Sub Ash, despite there being 9 mana left here for the goal ring at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, for what it's worth too, the Subash is in overtime, or not overtime, but it has run out the clock. So that is always something to factor in as well. I know you've mentioned in the past.
Yep. We'll see if it ends up mattering. They're gonna go ahead and
Okay.
pass. Gonna get to see that conscription come out once again. Gonna stack up one side for the gold ring player, who at this point, if they get the double advance, will have their first lead of this game, I imagine. I like how it just played conscription to draw conscription. Why not throw another musketet out there? You're gonna go ahead on one side, so may as well get advantage of it now. And conscription is gonna actually draw conscription here, believe it or not.
The best version of conscription. And yeah, I mean, like you had mentioned, it might have been an issue with mana for the Golang, but now knowing that they're just gonna keeping the reserve full and then just recasting the conscription again and again by drawing it from the Silas, which is gonna be into the next turn as well because it's slept. Um, I think at this point it might just be too much for the Subash, especially with, it's his hero ability more or less being turned off if he doesn't want to have to pay that one and discard a card. Or just didn't want to have to pay that one and, put a card into mana to help pay for it. And it might just be a mountain too high.
Yeah, especially considering your opponent is always gonna have their entire deck in their hand. Um, so, not much you can do there, especially even though it doesn't matter with the musketeers. Yeah, they just wanna go they went ahead and pass on the mana. They don't care. At this moment, Goring just needs to advance once. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Sebash just kinda giving the GG and letting them take it. We're getting the indications of drawing 0 cards because there's no cards in the deck.
The deck
Makes
is in
this
her hand.
Yeah, it makes it fun. I do kinda think of, like, at some point, it'd be interesting if Equinox decides to put some type of penalty for milling through your deck. Um, because at the moment, Altered's pretty unique in that facet of there are decks built around that because there is no penalty. But we'll have to see. That is ever something that pops up. I don't think it will because those decks aren't really on the top of the meta, so why would you penalize them for that reason? But we'll see if it pops up someday. Who knows?
But hey, it looks like Golang got that double advantage, and we're closing out the game with a Golang win. I know it's against a Subash, but I'll take a Golang win any day of the week. I'm happy with my favorite hero taking that W.
Indeed. Should be running up at the end of this current round. See what games we have left. Table 40.
Table 40.
We get the GG.
Oh.
Um, There is a lot of cards in hand. That looks to be another version of the hostage Moyo, and the traced is consigned to the belief that he can't do anything about it. So just gonna let it go. Moyo will essentially get to play for free at this point, and even if they reach time, which they do, the victory will still go to the Moyo. So GG's there. And
Yeah,
I didn't
hostage Moyo.
I didn't bring over to that gameplay, so hope you all
Oh.
enjoyed my description there for that. It was a Moyo versus a Trace, and Moyo was hostage, and Trace gave up. All right, round four. Round 54. Random number generator, go. Oh man, it went all the way down. Do we still have a table 70?
We do, but they are currently not in.
Yeah, that's the problem with the lower tables. They may not show up. Let's go ahead and look at table 24. I recognize Nico. We'll wait for that to load. And while it's loading, I'm gonna go ahead and switch it over, and I'm gonna go grab some more water and a snack. Be right back. Once I once it gets in, I'll wait for it to get in. There we go. All right. Sigismar versus Tasia. Tale as old as time.
Love to see it. All right, we got the day one harvest. Hopefully to get a little bit of a field reserve. I don't know if they're gonna play out that floral tent to try and draw into something else, or just play that harvest a second time. We love the cuddly corgi. I've seen a couple of Tasias in the past, or what they end up doing is they just like resupply or they get some draws early on, to kind of combat decks like Sigismar that will have a little bit more advantage in cards as the game progresses with things that will just keep drawing them. I know Blue had mentioned earlier, Sigismar put a lot of draw in their unique slots, so being sure that their hand is filled enough that they can not run themselves dry is always a good strategy. I think we got a 1 for 1 here. Yeah, for what it's worth, Tage is already gonna have to get rid of a card from reserve, which isn't the worst, but they will be down a little bit. Um, Tage can always draw more cards, but get a little dicey sometimes when a lot of Muna stuff is resupply. I know there's things like the rare daughters of Yggdrasil, and there's things like that, but some of them like Kitsune that you both draw or you both get an advantage. So sometimes Taja's advantage is her opponent's advantage as well. Okay, I'd imagine we're gonna see. Yep, I'm surprised she played that Dracana. She's obviously setting up next turn for the most likely Corgi into her floral tent zone, and then just discard the Muna caregiver to give that Corgi anchored, kind of hopefully give it a little bit of a fighting chance with the floral tent, depending on if it even goes forward. Yeah, I mean, having so many cards in reserve too, and having that Jack Frost, even if the Sigismar user or not, having it as a threat is always going to be uh, a difficult one, just because the threat of having it is always There's always something to be mindful of. It's always a little bit scary.
No hydras for the Tasia yet? Bummer.
Still waiting on, the Tage the Tage to even make a play here.
Is it frozen?
Maybe for me. Not for me, I just refreshed it.
No, they're playing.
Yep.
Let's see. A lot of decisions.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunate thing for Atasia here is that even if they play the cuddly corgi, the Moona caregiver will not be able to anchor most likely. So that they're going to automatically use that caregiver and then play the corgi, so that way they don't get hit with anything on the Jack Frost, and we'll have something else here that will help the cuddly corgi get anchored. But in the meantime, we'll just have a slow play here from the Sigismar player of the Orders Trooper.
We are getting the Muna Druid, though, from the Tasia, so that will even just get rid of the Floral Tent, which I'm sure she wanted to use something for protection for her cuddly corgi, but it looks like she might not be getting that. We do see a unique from the Sigismar. It's a Baba Yaga that if you control a token from hand or reserve, you get to draw a card, and then from reserve, if you control a token, you get to draw a card. So it's a double draw on one body, which is always big. I know I had mentioned earlier too that sometimes Tasia can struggle with card advantage at times. So having the Sigismar get a unique that can now draw them two cards when he plays it from reserve will be really a huge tempo swing for him to keep that handful and to give him more advantage and to guarantee that one card in mana every turn for at least the next few turns.
Yeah, and even opting to keep it in the Jack Frost over the Trooper, and not often that you're getting rid of a Trooper. So Jack Frost able to hit that Moon Druid in order to prevent any type of anchoring happening from reserve, but may not be stopping the Sneezer Shroom as far as what anchoring that we can see there. And it's when a character you control gains one or more boosts, up to one target character with hand cost 3 or less, other than me, gains anchored. So I'm sure if they can, they're going to want to try to anchor that Shroom, but instead, something will get hit with that license withdrawal, gets discarded immediately because it has a boost. License withdrawal just too strong against the Tasia on occasion. So they play out the Cuckoo. Soar will hit the board, giving them at least a little bit more of a chance here on that hero side, and doesn't even need to be utilized. And surprisingly enough, we don't get to see that Baba Yaga played immediately. Just happy to get that one for one and get rid of that unique that could potentially anchor the entire board a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think the mana didn't like just math out for the Sigismar. I think they figured they'd rather use their mana as optimally as possible, and I guess the Baba Yaga didn't fit into that plan. Hopefully, though, maybe they can use the Baba Yaga this time to maybe draw into another license withdraw, because odds are the Dracana might be getting anchored again with this Muna Druid, unless they go for the Cuddly Corgi. But either way, there will be something that will need to be discarded with that license withdraw now that everything has a boost and has the potential to be anchored.
Yeah, um, Sigismar is pretty low on resources, so this Baba Yaga will be a nice little boon for them. Don't know if it'll be enough necessarily for them to be able to prevent an advancement happening here from Latasia, and Latasia does have a Chiron that target character gains 2 boosts, and when the character you control gains 1 or more boosts, up to 1 target character with hand cost 3 or less, other than me, gains anchored. So another mass anchor for this Tasia player, and it's going to go ahead and hit that Cuckoo as well as the Cuddly Corgi and put themselves in a really good spot here to just set up their board entirely and get a double advance and put them one away from taking this game. And against the Sigismar, being able to get to a spot to win the game this early will be quite huge.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly gonna be very hard for the Sigmar to get over something that's gonna be anchored again and again and again. They're basically coming in with an advantage into every day, even as days continue to go on. As long as this Chiron keeps remaining anchored, as long as it doesn't get sabotaged or Jack Frosted, this Tage can just keep playing it and keep getting that advantage.
Yeah, Sigismar may just be at a point where they don't want to play anything, but they do have a license withdrawal. Cannot hit the Chiron, but they are going to hit the Cuddly Corgi. And now they do they are able to get a one for one here if they play the Soar. Um, but it probably still doesn't feel too good, especially with the fact that their opponent can just anchor that Chiron too, and they're just gonna have to deal with whatever the Asia plays on the following day. So hopefully for the Sigismar, they're able to find a way to maybe go one for one on the following day as well, and the Tasia just doesn't run into many other boosts. Problem is that Tasia just gives boosts. So hopefully the Sigismar is hoping that there's no character here in the next two draws for the Tasia. But I don't know if that's going to be.
We did see some resupplies, some harvests from the
Yeah.
Tasia, so if she doesn't get a character from that, she can always resupply it and hope it doesn't get, like we'd mentioned earlier, Jack Frosted or Despite or anything like that. I don't think she's gonna even really need to put anything down or want to put anything down into mana. She's just chugging along here.
Yeah, and conveniently, the Sigismar recruit actually working against them. I had totally forgot about that with the Cuckoo. Um, so it didn't even matter, and both characters will get anchored because of the hero ability of Sigismar running into the Cuckoo. And now with both license withdrawals being used in the last 2 days, only one probably remains left for the Sigismar player. So I don't know if they can necessarily do too much to catch up to either of these pretty big anchored characters. They could throw characters down, maybe teamwork training, but even then, they have to deal with another one, and we'll have to see if that's going to be enough. In the meantime, just a lonely Moon, a caregiver, gonna allow some more boosts, gonna allow some more anchoring. Don't know if they are gonna opt to just anchor. Happy to keep as many stats on the board as possible. Um, this also puts them in a decent spot too, because even if they don't anchor the Chiron and somehow go one for one here, they can play the Chiron for free and not have to worry about things like sabotage or Jack Frost. But we go ahead and see Soar. We see some more stats on the board. We probably are just looking at the 2-0 though, unless the Sigismar has something pretty crazy to be able to play. Um, a teamwork training could be helpful against that Cuckoo if they had another character out, but don't know if that's going to be the case. We'll wait and see. Do do.
Yep, I mean the Sigmar does have two cards to work with. Two cards in hand to work with, and now one card in reserve. They just played that sword to hopefully maybe try and get some sort of advantage in that hero expedition. I'm curious what he ends up doing. Oh, he puts the boost in his companion expedition.
Yeah, if he can find a way to get a 2-0 here, that would be pretty impressive. He would
Oh
need
yeah.
he would need some type of removal and then come up with 6 stats on the, companion side or just, yeah, well, 6 as well on the, hero side. So he needs 6 stats and some type of removal. Um, removal would help them get away from having to need 6 stats, but, instead, we will just see the tourney going away from that Cuckoo. Will help them draw if they don't advance there, but it would make it curious on why they decided to throw all the stats onto one. The
Mm,
Sandman. Gonna sleep that cuckoo, help them get the single advance here, but not enough to get the double advance on the companion side. If only they had 4 more stats, they could get have gotten the surprise double advance win. Unfortunately, that's not gonna be the case, and they're gonna have to deal with quite a huge board, and, yeah, not the best spot to be in, but they're keeping it even. It's keeping it close.
Yep, I mean, there's definitely still a chance the Sigismar can draw into removal or whatnot, or maybe some, big bodies, but, maybe if he draws into another Sandman, it could be a bit of a boon for him, but nothing is guaranteed, especially with only, 3 cards. I know the Order's Attorney did help draw the extra card at the end of the last day, but, it's still dicey. The Tasia did, put down a card into mana.
Well, at this point, they don't really need much of anything.
Yeah.
Um, it's gonna be pretty much does the Sigmar have what they need and to interact with the board. Um, Another Sandman would be helpful to hit something like the Dracana, some type of removal, hit the Dracana, and then just try to stat over the Druid. That also means they'll just have to deal with a anchored board into the arena. So I don't know. Um, Not a lot of options. 6 mana left here. We'll see what they got. They haven't GG'd yet, so maybe they found something, but it's gonna make it even if they hit the arena, it feels like it's gonna be almost, something that they cannot surmount, but, we'll wait and see. Another Sandman does help.
Let's see what else Sigismar's got. Got 3 mana to work with.
I'm sure they'd like to get the draw from the attorney, so they are just going to Templar, so that should be enough for the 1 for 1. Um, may as well throw the attorney out, I guess, on the hero side, unless you want to keep it for stats just to get a draw. And yeah, they're going to keep it for stats. Um, they're just going to have to deal with a decently anchored board, not the full combo board that we've been seeing, but not putting themselves in the best of spots. They should honestly just get the rare Ortis hunger that it clearly exists. But probably not.
I'm interested to see what, this Tasia hits off of the aloe vera. It's a sticky shroom,
Rare version.
the rare version. At this point, as much card advantage as the Tasia can get is great, because that's just one more thing she can use to hopefully get over this Sigismar, but it's looking pretty good right now. If the Sigismar drew into that, 3rd License Withdraw or drew into some more removal, it might be a difficult one to try and get over.
Yeah. Teamwork training helps, but not gonna help enough. 1 mana left. Tasia can do whatever they want.
Wow.
Um, and Ogun's gonna make that the case. Despite the valiant effort from the Sigismar player, just keeping it close, even with all the anchoring happening. You run into that arena, all those anchored characters, it's gonna be pretty hard to beat unless you have some board wipe. And that was not the case. So GGG. And we get a good old fashioned MDR in the chat. All right.
Yeah, those Tasia uniques are rough. Those multiple anchors are are hard to surmount if you can't remove the source of it. I know the Sigismar tried initially, but there's only so many removal spells you can draw at a time.
Yeah, license withdrawal helps, but not always. All right, Swiss round 4. We're still going. What do we got? Ooh, Fable. I'm scrolling all down. 51. Why not? Ooh, I've actually,
Oh.
disliked one of these players for some reason, so what the reason was, I don't know, and I'm not gonna tell you which one it is. Alright, it's Saudi versus Tasia, and a Loki Tasia of all things.
That is, an interesting choice, but I guess you gotta keep your hand filled with things you need at, you know, some way.
So, just stacking up on one side there for the Saudi. Looks like it's gonna be a one for one. More MDRs happening in the chat. Um, oh, I didn't notice as well, there's a rare, Cone Man in the reserve. Interesting.
It'll be interesting going into the next day considering that Saudi's gonna have a card from the Haven Sarengar, an extra mana from the Tiny Djinn, and, is one step closer than the Tasia on the Tumult. Tasia will have a ton of cards in reserve to work with, but, getting that, extra mana and maybe not even needing to put something down the next day would be, really, really big.
We'll see if it comes to that. So he's gonna have to decide first on that mana, though. It is worth noting that that Loki ability is an arrow ability, so they can just straight up use that. And everyone will have to discard their reserves and their hands. Don't know if it benefits the Tasia at this point, but you never know. They could do it. Just wing it. Say why not? But it won't matter because Hunger hits the board. Yitzhadi's not going to even bother playing the Milk first because he's afraid of that Loki, and the Hunger is on the board at the moment. Needs one more advance. And does the Tasia have anything in in their hand to be able to deal with those 6 stats across the board?
She's gonna try. She's gonna give it her best. We
You know
know
what?
Sadi can
4 stats at start isn't bad.
yeah, if Sadi can find a way to give this hunger, fleeting, that would obviously be great. It looks like he's not. He's just gonna try and throw out that Mighty Djinn, which I'm not gonna scoff at, but let's see what this Tasia does with 2 cards in their hand. How can they surmount this? I'm
Ugh.
intrigued to see.
Well, technically, they can they get over the top of the Hunger and then just get 1 water stat. They put themselves in an arena at least, which, they could very well do here. Yeah.
There you go.
Unique Spirit Wielder. I gain 1 boost per boosted character control, and arrow, you may put a card from your hand. If you do, draw a card. Um, so enough to help them advance, not block that Mighty Djinn at the moment, but they also just have that Druid that they can play to block, and they don't even need to go to an arena because they just double advance to end
Look
this
at that.
game. Go Fronde. Despite the Hunger hitting the board, we had a victory for the Tasia.
Hey, it's always great if you can rebuild that quickly from a hunger. I know it wasn't a massive hunger, but still, any kinda issue like that can really set you back when it's getting rid of your reserve, any landmarks you have, and your entire board just giving the person using it a huge body. Good job to the Tasia.
Indubitably, we are still in round 4. EU players taking their sweet times on these rounds. Who needs to go fast? Do have a good amount of drops though. Only have 74 tables remaining. Let's see. Let's go ahead and head to table 9. Trace versus Nadir. Interesting table. Both of these players
Ooh.
are doing quite well, it seems like, with their records too. So, um, undercover Nadir player doing quite well, it looks like.
Yeah, Nadir's definitely an interesting hero. It looks like he's making as much use as he can out of his hero ability. It's all out there on the board, changing zones. Hopefully, he can get something that can maybe shuffle things around to be a little more pertinent if someone advances in this next day. But I know there's a couple cards that can move counters around.
Yeah, they ended up getting the double advance, and Nadir
Wow.
takes down the Trace player. Interestingly enough, I don't know if this is a new account, but the Nadir player at 140 elo. Crazy.
Wow. It's great to see from a Nadir from a hero you don't really expect to be doing that well, especially against a hero like Trest, who's a little bit more established in the meta, or just established as far as cards go in recent set releases. And Nadir is just so new, but I'll take it. I love to see that.
Yeah, we may need to check them out next round to see what's so crazy about their deck.
Yeah,
Um, in the meantime, though, we are still in round four and watching more games. Um, table 16. Oh no, is this double hostage?
yeah. It very well might be. Even if it is, it looks like the Akesha is already doing pretty well for herself.
Well, at this point, it may just come down to time, though,
Yeah.
because the Moyo has everything in their hand. How many celebration days have they used? Only one in discard, so they more than likely have the other ones. So, may just be a time issue for this game. So, does Kesha have a small step? I think that would be the only thing that give them an out.
He's trying to draw into it, it looks like.
I can't see if they're in their discard if they had played it at any point. Um, so exactly 8 mana left here for the Moyo. More than likely, we're going to see a Celebration Day play next. So if Akeshi doesn't have small step, they can essentially just let it go here. They're gonna just throw a Tooth Fairy on the board, get some cost reduction out of the way. Yeah, and Celebration Day numero 2. Um, 3 cards left in hand in the deck for the Moyo, and not that many in their discard, so they do have a pretty good chance of hitting a 4th small step if they make it through the rest of their deck. And I imagine they have some draw here for the following day. So I don't think there's any likelihood that they don't always have a small step ready, but we'll see if that's the case. In the meantime, the Akesha is just going to draw their entire deck. Um, yeah, they'll have their entire deck. So if they have a small step to deal with the celebration days, that would be a good time to play it. If they don't, it will be entirely a time-based game on whenever BGA decides to end this thing, and at that point, I don't care. So I'm either gonna go to another game that hopefully is still playing, or we're just gonna sit here and talk because we don't need to see them go back and forth doing essentially nothing. Um, we'll start with a sleight of hand. They're gonna pick it up, and do we see small step giant leap? Nope. All right. It's
Oh,
not this game is non-existent.
it's
It's
gonna drag.
it just doesn't matter. It's Celebration Day, that is the last one, but they are more than likely to do their last card. So now odds wise, they have 3 7 cards in their deck after this following day. Oh, and guess what? They just have a Conjuring Seal. It doesn't matter. They're gonna hit one of their small steps, and it's gonna be a constant small step, and they'll win by time unless they play too slow. At this point, um, why not just pass as the Akesha? Let him use all his time, and hopefully he doesn't dumb mistake. Just pass. Akesha, pass. Pass. There you go. They just burned 3 seconds that way. That's
Yeah.
all right. Catch it down by instead of tracking the tumult, we're gonna be tracking seconds in this game. Catch it down by 30 seconds. Or no, no, not 30, down 20 seconds. Um, we'll have to see if that's gonna be enough seconds left in the game. At this point, I may just pass as a Kesha, make my opponent play 2 cards to double advance, and lose time. Just pass.
Yeah.
Don't play anything. Pass. No! Stop playing things.
Yeah, I don't know what this Akeshi is trying to do at this point. If she doesn't just clock the Moyo, then what's her whole point here?
Just pass. Make them double advance. You can still win by time. Just pass. Make them try to advance. Maybe they're trying to play it out till it gets closer. I don't know. Because I know the Moyo definitely has um, the small steps too. Um, so they definitely could. Well, even if they double advanced, double small stepped, it wouldn't matter.
I don't know what this Akeshi is trying to play around. It's obviously hostage, who obviously has the small steps.
They are technically now ahead in time.
Yeah.
So small step, play card, good. Celebration day. Okay. So they're all playing it with time right here at this point. The question is, can the Moyo win in time before BGA ends it? He's gonna anchor the moth. Clutch play.
You gotta get that advantage somehow on the board.
Now the does the Moyo run 3 small steps or are they only running 2? Because if they are only running 2, they still can't get ahead and win the game. So they would have to be running 3 as well as advance.
Because the Moyo only has 20 seconds now. Less than 20 seconds.
I mean, they probably have the additional time too for the clock from BGA, so they may have like 40 depending on how BGA is gonna run this. For some reason, the Kesha's still playing. Um, oh, this is gonna come down to the wire. Oh my god, it's celebration day. Pass, Akesha, pass. Don't magical trading. Are you crazy? God. Oh my god. What's gonna happen?
I'm not sure what the plan is here. What's
They're
going
both
through this
they're
team's
both
mind?
playing for time. There's no way that
Yeah.
Moyo can win with playing cards. Moyo's down to negative 12 seconds. How did they lose that much time? What happened?
The clocks have been a little weird, I've noticed too. They've
What's
kinda been
going on?
jumping.
Come on. Is BJ gonna call it or not? Call it BGA.
Both of them are in overtime. Both of them have passed the clock.
I
Doing.
think they're just really trying to time it out as much as possible while still staying ahead, which they are technically doing. but the problem, yeah, why isn't it being called? So instead of the Moyo playing for time, now the Akesha's playing for time, but they're dead even on
Yeah.
time.
Oh my god.
After you. No, they played a card. Oh no. Now they're behind in time. I don't know who's gonna win this.
Now if we see the second small step.
Oh wait, who won?
Oh!
They're at both negative 43. The Moya
Oh my
won.
gosh.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. That's absolutely crazy.
I don't know what happened there. What happened? Delula, why were you playing cards? You could have definitively won.
Yeah.
Oh
Again, I'm
my
not sure
god.
what was going through their head.
Oh no, man. That was an interesting game to watch. All right.
It was something, that's for sure.
That was the end of round 4. Not exciting at all. All right. Um, we're gonna head to round 5. I, of course, am Blue Oak TV, hashtag ad, joined by Horizon, and we are very calmly going to round 5. Horizon, what table would you like to look at?
You know what? How about we try, table 13? That one looks like they're in progress.
Okay, let's do table 13.
What table? We got Rin and Orchid versus, Soul and Halua.
Mm, very nice.
This'll be a fun one. I'm generally an Ortis guy, but, I do like Soul and Halua.
Yeah, not very necessarily common heroes, so should be fun to see what either of these players are going to do.
Starting off with Rin and Orchid on the first day. I'm interested to see what she's gonna smack down.
Come on, players, pick your mana. I don't got all day.
We got games to watch. Altered to comment on.
Indeed. Ah,
I'm curious too, because I've seen a couple Soul and Haluas. What they end up doing is they just pass like the first 2 days. They just kind of set up either landmarks or something they might care about to protect their Halua, and then just keep passing up until they've got their 3 counters, and from there just kind of play until they can get the extra 2 to give it gigantic. And they just figure they just rush them from there. I'm interested to see how the Soul and Halua plays. I played against a bunch of different ones on BGA, both as when I'm playing Basirin Kaizaimon or Golang and Toxin, but I've seen a lot of different ways people have played Soul and Halua. Looks like she's not gonna pass nothing. Not getting her first counter.
yep. Not getting the counter, but not letting Rin get that forest advancement. So, not too bad. And setting themselves up pretty nicely for a potential first counter on the following day, being able to play that Outring teammate into the milk, and it'll be pretty big on that companion side. And then whatever else they want to play for 2 cost should be pretty good. So, we'll see if that is the case.
Yeah, I mean, getting that Halua an extra counter and giving it, once it gets gigantic, it's 3/3/3 in both hero and companion because of gigantic. That'll be a huge swing for Soul if the milk even stays that long. But you know what? We'll just have to wait and see what her plan is.
First reboost, Russian into a Leviathan spotter.
Not bad. That'll give, the Soul and Hulu a little bit of an advantage later. It'll give her a card to draw if she meets the requirements, but advantage is advantage.
Yeah, has to deal with the anchored aloe vera, but it does not allow them to advance on the forest once again, so makes it a little bit easier for him. We'll have to worry about that Muna Druid though, being able to anchor that aloe vera again. Um, Still getting some cards through abilities from the Rin, just not necessarily its ability. But we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, hey, advantage is advantage. I'll take it however I can get it.
That's the motto. Um,
T-shirt.
Resupply into the floral tint. Don't know if that's what they wanted to hit, but not a bad one, I guess. Could be worse.
It does let them cycle it if they wanna just resupply again.
Gonna have to throw the floral tint out first here. Ooh, and they have a Kari's intervention in the rare
Oh,
version. Nice, nice, nice. Wingsuit jumper, rare version. Don't get to see those very often. It's gonna go and straight up rush into the Leviathan spotter. Gonna show off the hunger.
wow.
Draw a card.
That's a good threat to have. Sometimes it's nice to keep the hunger as a surprise, but if you know about the deck or if you think they might be running it and now you don't have to guess, you at least know they have it, and now they have the threat of saying, "Hey, don't overcommit because I always have this hunger." It'll be a little bit of a pain once I actually use it and then you don't have that threat, but by that time, maybe you've drawn another hunger, or maybe you can protect it in reserve, and if you go first the next day, so you can give it gigantic and just keep running with it. But that's a power move right there to show hunger.
Indubitably. Unfortunately for the Soul, they don't get their second counter, but you know what? It's fine. We'll plan for it this next day. I'm sure. We'll see. We'll see. 6 mana turn. They could be setting up a milk here. Wingsuit jumper in the rare version is only from hand, so it's not going to be Russian in that sense. Another resupply into a floral tint. We're only resupplying floral tints. And another hand wingsuit jumper that's going to wingsuit jumper the wingsuit jumper because you need to skydive with a buddy. Um, and putting a decent amount of stats out there and is will have that first pass most likely, unless you know what? Rin could just be like, "You know what? I'm not gonna be able to beat you on that side. I'll just pass now and get the free advance." Huh? Do it? They gonna do it? They gonna do it? Free advance? They don't get a counter? Probably not. They more than likely wanna try to fight this if they can.
I mean, yeah, the soul is only, 4 in force. I'm sure the ring could beat it. Do they care about giving the soul that extra counter? Um, Time will tell, but we'll find out eventually.
Yeah, I've always found that if you play too much around the counters, you kinda screw yourself over, so just play your
Yeah.
game. If you can get over it, get over it. If not, then, maybe you wanna just set yourself up for the following day. At this point, if you can try to re-anchor that aloe vera, that'd be ideal, but maybe you can't. We'll
Yeah.
see. They are taking their sweet time, though, trying to figure out if that's what they wanna do, I'm imagining. We'll see.
Yeah, with any hero that uses counters, Soul Hulua, Trest, and Rossum, anything like that, Atsadian Surge, like, after a certain point, you just have to realize that there's only so much you can do to stop them or slow them down, and if you try and slow them down or prevent them from getting those counters, it just hurts your own game plan, so you kinda just gotta play your game, and if they happen to get a counter, just kinda have to deal with it when it gets to that point.
I'm gonna refresh just in case they aren't just taking forever. Um, okay, they were in fact just taking forever. No big deal.
They're eating up a lot of time.
Oh, man. Come on, Red. You got it. Maybe they're taking a lunch break. I don't know. Do,
What would
do,
Rin and Orchid
do.
eat? I think they'd be vegetarian.
Why would they be vegetarian? They like plants.
They seem very like, "Oh, so you're saying they'd only eat meat?" Oh, looks
I'm
like we
saying
got the floral.
I'm saying they don't eat anything. They photosynthesize.
Mmm.
Yeah, easy.
We love a little photosynthesis, though. It's good for the bones.
Big brain. All right. We get the second counter out. They decide the floral tent. I imagine they have something else they wanna play here. They do have that rare Persephone, now they just need to get 2 more stats, and maybe the soul doesn't even advance here. Um, 1 at least to block. They gotta have it with 3, right? They gotta. 4 cards in hand, there's gotta be something with 1 stat. Uh, maybe they're gonna take forever to figure this one out too. I don't know.
There we go.
Yeah, that's plenty. Alright, double advance for the Rin, finally making up from being behind, and now just 3 advances away from taking this game. So, though, on the potential for a Halua turn, depending if they pass first or not, um, we will see a double advance because of greeny greens, which means we have some decisions to make on what is getting discarded from the reserve. Yeah, I'm not sure what they want to get rid of.
They got a lot of options to pick from, but they did, just draw and reserve a whole bunch of cards because they double advanced in Forest. But,
Mhm.
they're still gonna have a little bit of a disadvantage against the Soul and Holua. Not by not by much, but maybe by just enough.
We do know the hunger is available at some point, and since we are on a 7 mana turn, we may just see if there is the setup with the milk, planning on not advancing on that side, and then hungering on the following day, um, which would be pretty cool if they decide to do that. But might not be the situation. Ooh, we get a little bit of rare Daughter of Yggdrasil action. Everybody gets a draw. Stats. Yeah, there we go. Milk is getting set up, probably on the side that they think they're not going to be able to beat, and they'll focus on trying to win the hero side potentially. 6 mana to make that happen. The big problem though with the hunger would be the fact that it would be on a them being a turn 1 player, and their opponent will have all the mana in the world to respond to it. Um, good thing about this milk too, though, is that it is in the companion zone. So if they Halua, it will be gigantic as well. So we'll see how this one turns out.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting, and like you said, the interaction with, Hunger
Yeah,
and Halua,
not
to
gigantic, by
see
the way. The Halua would just be one more stat. I'm just crazy. Either way, good.
still, you get Hunger, you just pass first, and then you get Halua, so you already have an extra body, and if it's in the same expedition as the Milk, you just give it a extra boost too, which is always kinda nice.
We'll see if that's the case. At the moment, um, I think they're at this point trying to figure out if they just want to pass now. Um, because if they play something here, they could run the risk of the Rin just deciding to pass and knowing that they'll get at least 1 advance. So a little bit of a decision here for the Soul player. They are gonna use the support ability, and they're just gonna go ahead and boost up that Tiny Gen. Interesting.
Maybe they wanna get a little bit of extra mana so they can still advance on that expedition and then not have to put anything down the next turn, or maybe just wait for the next day to, maybe they do just want to put something down and get that extra mana, so maybe they can play Hunger and something else, like another, 1 drop, but, we'll have to see.
Potentially. Yeah. Oh, and the Rin's gonna go and pass. They're not gonna get the counter. Not that it matters too much here, but it does give the Soul option to free play, and they are gonna go big here with a unique uh, Philly's Flawed, you may immediately pass. If you do, you may return target character to its owner's hand. And with that play, they're able to get the double advance. They had the Rin play right into their hands. The Rin thought, I'm taking away the Halua. There's no way they can get outstat me there. Surprise, they did. And now you are behind on the game. And when you thought you were worried about a hunger milk play, now they can just hunger whenever they want, and they're still ahead. So, gotta watch out because realistically, the hunger wouldn't have been that great of a play right now. There would have been 1, maybe 2 cards in the reserve, and you would have just kind of been slightly big hunger that would have been gigantic, but your opponent could definitely deal with it if they have the right cards.
Yeah, I mean, now there's no point in, like you said, even playing the hunger. It's kind of just best to play a bunch of smaller dudes, use that extra mana you got from the tiny gen, and just kind of work with that. Honestly, it'd be really interesting if the soul had drawn a bunch of low cost cards and they're just gonna put away that hunger into mana, and the Rin and Orca will just assume, oh, she's not gonna get rid of that hunger and just play around hunger for the rest of the game. It's always possible as a mind game, but I'm interested to see what's happening. So
Indeed. Deciding on mana here. Um, Soul still haven't seen the first Halua. It might not be a bad play for the Soul. Yeah, it is an actual
oh
Halua
wow.
here. Because it will give everything fleeting here. And it is gigantic, so it is hard to deal with. You don't often want to sleep the Halua either because it still gives everything fleeting. This is the end of the game though, so it would be able to help you if you had already advanced and you were in the potential of getting a double advance to win. But that does not look like that's the case at the moment for the Ren. So we'll see. Still 2 mana left though for the soul, so they could still figure something else out.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's gotta be something for this Rin to get over it. Honestly, it'd be interesting if the Soul did play Rage to
Yeah.
just give the Halua a bunch of boosts.
Yep. So we get a bountiful
Okay.
meadow play. Soul probably doesn't want to play any characters here if they could help it, but they are going to play another unique Phileas Fog. If you pass, you create an Aerolith token in your landmark. Okay, so they'll lose the Phileas Fog, but they will have an Aerolith, and they do have a good amount of stats.
Yeah, the 777 in both expeditions is not bad. Granted, the Rin does have, I guess, technically 7 mana to work with that Bountiful Meadow, but still, I'm interested to see how she gets around this gigantic Halua. I know the Soul doesn't really care that much about the Phileas Fog getting fleeting, but looks like we are gonna see a beauty sleep, and I know you had mentioned it's not the best idea to put it on that Halua, the creature Halua, or the character, the 7/7. But,
Mhm.
I'm interested to see what happens here.
I think they have to do it at this point because otherwise,
Yeah.
I think they win. It is tough, so it will do additional mana if they decide to hit it with it. Um, they still will have to get over the 2/2/2s on the board, but shouldn't be too big of a deal. We'll see if that is in fact the case, but we'll see what the Rids got. If they are using it on the Hlu at this point, they essentially have to get a double advance here, and then hope they have another beauty sleep that they can deal with because they probably don't want to pay 4 to hit the Halua with a beauty sleep again. The fact that they took so long there makes me think that the Rin player may have forgot that it had tough,
Yeah.
and they may have miscalced their mana to be able to play cards. So they can run the aloe vera here for 2 if they use the bountiful meadow, and then have another 2 cost to play, assuming that they weren't planning on trying to anchor that aloe vera, which I'm sure they wanted to, but that may not be in the cards if they don't have a 1 cost to play. So we'll see what the plan is here. Yeah,
I mean, it's not a bad idea to just, like you had said, kinda just play that aloe vera, anchor it in
I
your
wouldn't even
expedition.
I wouldn't even anchor it at this point because then you wouldn't have the stats to get over the other side, and you definitely want to advance because they're going to anchor it, but that means that 1 cost isn't going to be enough. Yeah, so
Yeah.
they would have needed a 2 cost to be able to go over that Halua. So everything will get fleeting. I'm not sure why they decided to play the Moona Caregiver, knowing that it would gain fleeting, but what can you do? But yeah, at least they'll have the Halua out. I mean, About aloe vera out, right?
I mean, she must not have had anything. Maybe she tried to, again, anchor the aloe vera just to get that resupply for his vantage. Maybe I don't know what was in her hand, but it must have been something bleak to, like you said, feel like she needed to resolve to anchoring that aloe vera and just seeing what she can get the next day.
I think it was honestly just a scenario of miscalculating mana curve. Um, could have been wrong, but I think they forgot about the tough, miscalculated mana curve, and they just did what they thought they had to. So,
I think I'm inclined to agree.
but either way, we'll see what's going to happen. Um, let's see. I am 4-1 on non-hostage Waru. My only stall is one is stock unique. Good for you, Room. What's the goal then for your Waru? Just actually just get a bunch of card draw and just play removal or something? Um that'll be interesting to see. Maybe we'll catch you here on this next game just to watch it. Get a little Waru action. Um Resentful Robin hitting the board. We also had a Undergrowth being played. A lot of landmarks here for this run. But we are in the realm of a fourth counter potentially for the soul. Let's see. So not really stall, but kind of stall. So drawing cards and playing sleeps. I knew it had to involve drawing cards because you have all those Waru card draw uniques. Or to Signet. I have actually never used that card. That's the one that lets you sleep stuff too, right?
It's an interesting card for sure. I think it's a little bit more specific to a little more controlly decks, but it's interesting. We're gonna see a
Ooh, a
School of
big
Grit.
yeah, a big harpooner too will hit that beauty sleep, so it can't be used on the Halua. So they'll have to have another one. Oh, but they have an eruption. Yeah, card draw is a must for Waru. Are you still using the Quetz from what's his face? How am I forgetting his name? Uh Pluka. Pluka's Quetz. Still using Pluka Quetz. Um anyway, Mana Eruption does hit the Alua, but I don't know if the Rin's gonna have enough here to be able to stop him regardless. They throw that there to stop that side, and it's not gonna matter.
Yeah,
Either way,
you gave it a best.
GG's.
You tried.
Soul takes the game.
I think the Rin was put in a little too much of a pickle there, especially like you said with miscounting her mana on that beauty sleep on Halua.
Yeah, Plukaquetz is always played. Yeah. All right, next game here. We are deep in round 5. What do we got? Do 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 do. At least the games are going a little bit faster, it seems like. We saw Timpet. I don't think we've seen Easy Lopez today. Table 24. Tasia versus Traced. Both really good Spanish players here between Originality and Easy Lopez. And they are both going to the tiebreaker.
Notably with two cards for the Tasia. Or two cards and two characters just chilling. It does look like the Tress does have a little bit more of a mana and card advantage, but that does not mean the Tasia is not out of it.
True. They do have the board advantage with the anchored characters. We have a unique Capella in the reserve that at dusk draw a card. And when I go to the reserve from your hand, you may play me for free. I get to sleep. All right. Dr. Frankenstein going to the reserve. Um, can't really activate those Aerolith Reefs on anything because there's nothing but 3 costs for the Tasia, but they can activate it on that, Corgi. I don't think they're gonna activate it now because they wanna be able to hit the Corgi when it can't be replayed, I imagine. So, yeah, they're just gonna slow play this a little bit, and then they will be able to hit that Corgi as soon as it's played, as well as that Ogun too. So, um, now 2 mana left, probably gonna wait again. So now they'll be able to hit both the Corgi and the Ogun with the Dr. Frankenstein if they so choose. Um, won't be a lot of stats though. So, I have to see how this one balances out. I'm not sure how that one yeah, okay, so they're just doing it for the bugs instead because 'cause that'll give them more stats. Makes sense. I thought they were planning on hitting the Corgi if they needed to, but, they should get enough there with those bugs to get them ahead on both mountain and forest and take the game.
It was a close one, though. Those stats are very, very close. It was an interesting, fight for the Treston Ross map at the end. Again, I thought they were gonna remove, a few of their guys,
Yep, didn't
so
need end up needing to, so who needs it?
as long as you win, doesn't matter how you get there, even if you got a hostage and run out the clock.
Yeah, and technically tie, but still win. Alright, table 11, I guess? We should be running close to the end of the round, though. Gameplay. Finn versus Kojo. Kojo has two uniques on the board: a Lady of the Lake that lets you draw a card from anywhere, and reserve effect of gain boosts, and then a Korgan Operative where it has the same sabotage effect. And when a character you control gains fleeting, you may give target fleeting character two boosts. Cool.
That is an interesting one for, Bravos deck. I'm interested to see if he does have a milk he's just gonna play out and try and give it a ton of boost and hopefully surmount some of these, opposing boosts from the Sven and Crowbar. Because he can't really remove anything right now because they all have tough too. So he's
Yeah.
kinda just gotta get over them and hope for the best, but they're both, tied on the tumble. So, one double advance and it's over. The Kojo does have 5 mana to the Fen's 1. So, it'll be interesting because the Kojo's got a lot to surmount.
Yeah, an easy play would definitely be the bouncer here on the hero side, because it would be fleeting and it would get boosts. But maybe they're trying to save that. I don't know. They could easily go one for one here, is what I'm saying. It seems like, but I don't know if that's what they want to do. That unique layer navigator is. I think we've seen this one before. Actually, it's an Anansi effect. um, but we'll see what's going to happen. Each player has around a minute or so left in their setup. Runefolk is actually chatting in this game instead of chatting in our chat. Um, so I'm not sure what he's saying there. Let me see. Nope, not typing. Maybe he was meaning to type in our chat and but instead typing in the game chat. I don't know. Either way, um, the oh, they're gonna go ahead and hit the aerolith first. Ooh, and they hit a fun little Halua. That's cool.
That'll be really nice for the next turn. If he can play that operative and then play Halua, give it 2 boosts.
Yeah.
That'd be a fun one.
So we'll see if that ends up being the case.
I don't think there's much of a need to, do much else. I don't know what the Kojo could have for 1 mana that would detract from Fen's board state, unless there's not much to do. He's gonna have to discard down to reserve size at the end of the day, so maybe just take the win in the hero expedition, pass, and go into the next turn with a Halua.
Yeah, maybe, we'll see. What lady, Runefolk, you talking oh, the Lady of the Lake? That you see yours? Draw a card, discard reserve, draw 2 gain 2 boosts. feel like I've seen you show me that before, so it makes sense. Lady of the Lake uniques have always been fun to see people actually use lately, so looks like they may decide to get rid of it here if they plan on doing the Corgan Kahlua play.
Only time will tell.
But
Oh,
oh no,
wow.
they're not. They're gonna opt for the slow play here of being able to get more boosts from the lady and the Corgan and other cards potentially.
I'm interested to see, I'm interested to see what's in their hand if they got rid of the Halua. They've gotta have a bunch of, like, low cost, characters, or maybe they're just gonna bank off, like, getting fleeting. Maybe they have, like, a Bravos Tracer, which would be really nice, but they're gonna try and I imagine just play a bunch of small dudes and try and play around the removal. I know that's tough one, but
Ooh,
yep, there you go.
Opticone.
It was
Yeah.
for the best that the Halua went away.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it means that the rest of these characters won't get boosts, additional boosts rather. We'll get the draw off that Lady of the Lake though.
Hopefully, the extra draw found them something that might be able to pull them out of this a little bit. I don't know what it could be at this point.
Yeah, especially with removal not really being an option with the toughness going around. Um, a Molly coming out here to be able to get 2 draws potentially by getting rid of both of the magical trainings, and also just stacking up stats. They'll have to find a way to get 6 more on that side or even 6 more on the other side as well to go 1 for 1. Um, don't know if that's possible with 4 mana, but, it may have been a little bit more possible had that Korgan operative not gotten hit.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they recover from this, but it's looking difficult, like you said, especially with that operative out of the way. I mean, I assume that's what he was really, really banking on. So he kinda had to sculpt his hand to that, and now he has to pivot his game plan to make it work, but, I don't know if he can okay. Yeah, if he has another rage, he
Mm,
might be able to do it. Up, nope, but he does have the Fire Rabbit, which will at least, um, go into overtime, into the arena.
no, it's not enough. It's
No.
just a 1 for 0. Yeah,
Oh, that's right, 'cause the Fire Rabbit doesn't have any stats in water.
yeah. Unfortunate. Well, GG's. Good
Ah,
game by Finn.
I thought they had it. I was so excited for a second there. Gotta read the stats better.
Mhm.
Skill issue.
Alright, we should be coming close to the end of the round, I believe. Which means we should be nearing the end of round 5 into round 6. It's still not done yet though, so we'll have to wait.
Got a couple games, still going on. Let's
Ooh,
Unfortunately, it looks like Clover didn't make it, past this round. I think they got the loss here.
yeah, to Clay, which makes sense,
Yeah.
but we may need to take a look at them right after this too for round 6. We can games that I may potentially wanna look at before we hit round 7 with more undefeated players. We should probably watch undefeated players too. Either way, will definitely be Clover and, Rune in his, 1 loss Waru deck that's definitely not Um, yeah, you said there was other games going. Imagine it's gonna end soon here,
Yeah.
though.
Some of them are like 99%. I think there's 49 and 51 are both at 50% apparently. I think that's it though.
Yeah, I think 50 is just the default now, they don't actually give real percentages. I guess we can hit 51, and just watch it end, I guess.
Yeah.
51, yeah, pretty, running, 'Perney, 'Run-In, Stall. 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 'Perney, 'Run-In, St
Another hostage Moyo versus a, Kojo and Buddha.
Switch over to the gameplay so y'all can watch. All right. Let's see. 8 mana left exactly. Gee, I wonder.
Interesting seeing a Sun Wukong. I haven't seen him since original Beyond the Gates.
Yeah, a few people were using them in Trial by Frost a little bit, but since then hasn't really gone the way of things. But either way, Perny gonna take that game from time. Shocker. All right, round six time. Not the last round. Weekly Aces runs 7 rounds. So we'll have this one in uno mas. Currently we have 1, 2, 6 undefeated players, which means that technically we could have 2 undefeated players by the end of this.
Wow.
Um, a lot of good players left. Let's see. Before we run into those, though, let's go ahead and see if we can get uh, Clover against the Vic Man. That should be actually a good game. Table 10.
Yeah.
I wanna see this Nadir deck, and Vic Man's always a good player. So I wanna watch this one. Alright. Game pla and here. Good, good, good. Be right back. I'm gonna go let my dog do something. Huh.
Alright.
Refresh. Is it in?
Yes.
Refresh.
Oop.
Refresh. Refresh. Come on, man up. Come on, players. One day.
From my end, I can see them just, deciding their mana, it looks like.
Yeah, if you get in early enough, you can get to that point, but if you
Mm.
don't, you get stuck on game art until they finish mana. Game art, come on.
Come on, load up.
All right, you guys are taking your sweet fucking time. Not that serious. Come on. Come on.
I get they're trying to think about it, but
This is a
you don't need
long time.
to think this hard.
Long
There
time.
we go. And now they just, finished.
Awesome. All right. It is Nadir versus
That's hot.
Utsadi. Should be a good game. Be right back.
Yeah, this will definitely be a fun game. Let's just see where this one goes. We got the Atsadi plan first. What's he gonna smack down? What's he gonna smack down? There we go. Alright. Looks we got a Leviathan Spotter coming out. I'd be intrigued to see what he, end up revealing from it. Probably gonna be if it's another hunger, I would love that mental gameplay of just trying to scare the opponent into saying, "Hey, I got a hunger, play around it for the rest of the game." Because at a certain point, even if you tuck it away, they'll always assume you have it. Even if you don't tuck it away, then you always have it to use. So it works out either way. Looks like ooh, we got a decent setup from Nadir with the Parliament of Ashes. I know that's been a big thing with Lyra that we've noticed throughout this tournament today, where it's just really hard to or impossible to remove things for a fair mana price. and still have enough mana to, establish a board state to keep that going. So, 1 is already bad enough. If this Nadir can get out a second one, it'll be really hard to get around some of his, more pesky characters that he'll be playing a little bit later.
I see what you mean, Petro. I saw your message. All right. Well, yeah, like you said, we'll see what's going to happen. I'm curious if Nadir decides to bust out a noon effect here. He could decide to make that individual forest a mountain, for example, and make that spotter not as good.
It looks like he's doing just as you're saying. Not bad, not bad.
Spotter won't be horrible in companion zone either.
It's, understated by 1, but it's not insurmountable yet. Oh, and they reveal Sakura Brew. That'll interact really interestingly with, Nadir and his ability. Yep, and there we got that second Parliament of Ashes. Draws a card and gives all his dudes tough 1.
Yeah.
That will be a tough one to get around if this,
Aha.
Saudi buys any removal.
Aha. Yeah, Petra, it just seemed like if you were able to keep that Suha out, you would have probably been in better shape, but not much you could have done there. Unfortunately, they had the removal waiting. You were kind of with whatever one you decided to go with. But yeah, like you said, 2 more boosts with each rage and fire. Grab it, makes sense. Still not a bad situation here for the Nadir though, because they got the setup and they still went 1 for 1. So not a bad spot. And that Sarengar is not looking pretty on either expedition.
Yeah, I mean, even in the companion expedition, that Saudi would have to advance just to have the Sangard do anything. At that point, is it even worth it to play just to get the card and establish something? Maybe he can draw into something different. Um, I'm not sure what his game plan will be there, but I'm intrigued to see if he plays it at all. Again, it's just so understated in mountain and water. Looks like we're just gonna get that common Mighty Djinn. Hopefully, he's gonna ramp a little bit more into some of those bigger spells with it. Maybe get to that hunger a little bit quicker.
Interesting.
Okay,
They must have something else here, right? To at least block.
they must. They
Yep.
do. It'd be interesting if they had another one and were able to advance on that expedition. Because even if they have a bunch of characters that are high stat in mountain, they would still have the mountain and water in the following expedition.
Mhm.
Yep. Return the guide back to hand.
Yeah, it's interesting to see this deck work because it seems like they've thought a little bit about what they're doing here. So um planning out all their stat. I'd be curious to see the stat spread on this Nadir deck. See how much they've balanced around that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see what their uniques are and how they built this whole deck based around how Nadir plays because he's such a weird hero. He's interesting. I'm not saying he's necessarily the worst, but he's very interesting, and I think making him work requires a certain amount of understanding of, you know, more so than other heroes, but the understanding of other decks and how they want to advance in their own stats to kind of take the most advantage of hero ability. He is going to use it though to change an expedition into water, which is going to be really interesting because that'll be a bit of a blow to the Sasadian Surge, which is, Bravos is notoriously not great in water. You could play, like, some Ishinboshis maybe, but I don't think Asadi really runs a ton of those.
We'll have a little bit of cost reduction coming out of the Incaster. Could definitely still play another zero cost to boost up that bassist in the reserve. Instead, they're just going to use it to play the another Incaster. Interesting.
Yeah, I think it's just trying to cycle through cards, and it looks like we are seeing that, Eat Me energy bar. So, next turn, we're probably gonna see that Soccer Opera, which I was curious how it's gonna work with Nadir and how he wants to play the game just because it kinda throws a wrench into the whole plan, having things move back and move around, and with Itzadi advancing, it'll be interesting to see, I'm curious.
So essentially, it'll be a double advance here, but with this Emi Energy Par Sakuravu, it'll be back to where you started. And because of the mana ramp from the Mighty Jin, they'll actually have the ability to play a two cost card on the following day, which could mean that they could play the Sakurabu as well as that Haven Sarengar in reserve to put them in at least a spot to maybe advance, but we'll have to see how the Nadir responds. Now, they should know that they're more than likely moving back here. So I don't know if they place that final forest stat. Probably not.
I'd be willing to bet they wouldn't. I think knowing that they'll be in zones that they're comfortable in, they'll hold on to that forest, marker, which it look like they're gonna do, and then just, brace for Sakurabru, Serengar, and just try and do as much damage control as possible. Maybe they drew into a, Cloth Cocoon and can just Cloth Cocoon that, energy bar to at least get rid of the gigantic. And alright, he's playing the Serengar first. I don't know if
Did the Nadir not mana there?
the Nadir, did not mana, no.
Mm.
He prioritized the, cards in his hand.
So, visual Sakurabu play. And sure enough, it
And
is.
there's Yep. Funny enough, even with that setback, Nadir is still ahead. Only by 1, but still. And,
Should be able to at least go one for one here. Maybe do another double advance, but we'll see if that's the case.
I think you might try and, play that Inkcaster along with the Lyra Navigator and then just get back the Navigator.
Play a third Inkcaster?
That'd be crazy.
I mean, it's the only way
I
to get back the Navigator because the Inkcaster doesn't get it unless he goes to reserve.
Oh, you're right.
Um, so the bad thing here is that he didn't advance at all, and the energy bar stays out. So not an ideal scenario for the deer. They wanted to at least get a singular advance and maybe even just let the Atsadi advance on the companion zone so that way that energy bar doesn't stay out. But neither is the case here. So we'll see what the deer has in mind based off of that play.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if he pulled out another Sakurabru from hand. That would be I mean, it's entirely possible, but that'd be a detrimental setback. Almost a stage 1. Only time will tell.
Yep. Luckily, the layer navigator is in a decent spot. Unfortunately, it does cost 3 from reserve.
And especially with, the Etzadi's hand size right now compared to Nadir's. Nadir's got 2 cards in hand and 3 less mana than the Etzadi. The Etzadi's already got that again, that energy bar out, has a Sakurabru, at least in reserve, and, obviously the threat of potentially another one. Etzadi's still behind, but that doesn't mean he won't be able to make a comeback. Behind on the tumult, not necessarily in in card advantage. In card advantage, he's doing just fine for himself.
Alright, we got a Hands Prototype. From hand, you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, target character in reserve gains 2 boosts, and then it has the counter reduction from an arrow. So, counter goes up, counter goes down. Now it's a big enhanced prototype that's gigantic, and they get the card draw from the Harizin counters, as well as boosting up that Sakurabru, who's a 666 for only 4 now.
Decent stats. I'd take that any day of the week.
Yeah, not looking ideal here for the Nadir. Um, can't imagine they have very many outs to have to deal with that. They're kind of just forcing the play here. We could still see the Leviathan Spotter being played on the companion side, even if it means that there's no gigantic, because realistically, I don't think there's much that can get around that Sakuraru. Either way, though, unique mountain nymph if you want to read that one off.
Yeah, just when it enters from anywhere, if it's facing expedition and mountain, target character gains a boost. It's a 2/2 for 1/3/1. Not and you can discard it from reserve to make an airlift. Not not too shabby. Although it's not doing anything here, unfortunately. Oddly enough, it was Nadir's own fault that he didn't get the boost here, but I think he's willing to maybe take that trade-off. It just kinda comes with the territory, I suppose, especially with getting, bounced back from that Sakurabru. But Saudi is gonna get that, hero side advance, and they did stall on, the companion side, which does mean the Saudi still get to keep that energy bar, which is going to be so rough that, Nadir's gonna have to keep around again. I'm shocked he's not just letting it, go at this point and just letting him advance on that side, because 'cause he'll be one, expedition closer, but he'll still be in water, so he'll still be at, that little bit of a, disadvantage. But, I don't know why this Nadir is so insistent on keeping, that energy bar, or just not letting this Saudi advance to get rid of that energy bar. It looks like you're seeing another enhanced prototype unique. It's got the enters from anywhere, get 2 mana, and then when it goes from reserve to expedition, you can pay 1, and if you do, draw a card. So, not too bad. Who's gonna get 2 mana back from that to, spend a counter from a card, and, hopefully get another card out of it at the end of the day, but again, this gigantic is just hurting so much, especially if, uh, this, prototype does have 7 stats in water, which was interesting to see. I was shocked, but, it'll be rough for Nadir to try and, overcome this. And it looks like that Saudi is gonna keep up that ooh, gonna keep up a little bit of extra mana too to, get that, payment to draw a card off of the first prototype you played.
Yeah, the more and more that Saudi draw, the less and less likely it's seeming like the deer can get out of this bit of a
It'll
rut. Yeah.
yeah. It'll be interesting if the Saudi, if he runs out of options, or if he's trying to remove something that's, key for Nadir and just says, "You know what? Forget it. I'm just gonna hunger," and gets rid of those 2, uh, parliaments. I doubt he would ever need to, but it's always an option for some reason. Things turn, but in altered, anything can happen.
We do see a unique forest nymph coming out in deer. Hand ability is if I'm facing a forest terrain, draw a card. And when I leave the expedition zone, if 3 or more single terrain regions are visible, sabotage. So they should be able to sabotage that enhanced prototype or the eat me energy bars after this. But with how things are going, they'll be down 2 spots in the tumult, and the Saudi just needs one more setup here to be able to get a 2-0 and win the game. So we'll see what ends up happening here. Nadir is out of markers, and so we'll give up a 2-0. They do set up a winner outfits, which could be interesting depending on how that's played. It would technically make that unique nymph a 4-4-4, but I don't know if that's necessarily going to be enough. Either way, we'll see what the sabotage effect is going towards, either the unique or the Eat Me Energy bar, and they opt for the Eat Me Energy bar with no way of dealing with those gigantic characters.
Yeah, that's definitely a decision I would have done too in that situation. I think it's, backbreaking to just be getting back, so much mana with these prototypes. But, he currently has no counters on cards in reserve, so he can't really use it. But, like you said, the Eat Me Energy bar is just so hard to get around. He obviously still hasn't drawn a Cloth Cocoon yet to get rid of it, and it's just impossible to deal with. Gigantic. But he's gonna try and, exhaust. Yep.
Hmm, not high enough though.
Yeah. That is a rough one for the Nadir. Hopefully, they weren't, banking too much on that. So they just play the, Kari's Intervention. Now everything's got tough 5. That's not getting removed. Will we see the hunger here, is my question. We see a okay, now they've all got
Tough
what?
10.
Top 10 with cost 3 or more. Everything cost 3 or more got tough 10. I mean, if we see a hunger here, I think it's just gonna hunger milk. Gonna be game over right there.
Yeah, it looks like Nadir had to give it up. They had the ability of 5 more single trains, give something a sleep. I think they were planning on using that. And now they can't. The fact that we do see the hunger come out here, big deal. But also, I think we may be seeing a rage here.
Yeah.
Um, Either that or they have another 3 or less costs to take over the companion side. Because I can't imagine they would set up this play unless they're planning to end the game here, which I think they will be doing. They may let it go to another turn. It'll be pretty hard for the deer to do anything. Yeah,
They got it.
they have the Tolarian Skater, and that'll be a GG. Nadir had a good early game. Unfortunately, got caught behind that Sakurabu and no way to respond to it, and just kind of got stuck where they were at.
It was a good game to watch, though. I overall thought it was a good showing of both decks.
Indeed. So we'll head on back here. We are in round 6 of the Weekly Aces Week 4, sponsored by Ludo Trotter. This is the English stream with Blue and Horizon. We do still have one of the undefeated games going on table 2, so let's go ahead and head to that one. Oh, one of the undefeated players is in fact a Sierra player. That's interesting. Who is
Wow.
running some Nilums as well as a Brasswick Hive that just got played, but has to deal with a bunch of other things that Clay is playing, and looks like he's going to give it the GG anyway. And we'll get to watch the end of the game here.
I mean, yeah, again, that, Kokoba I know we'd seen earlier is just so devastating to give everything a boost and then just create 2 dudes. So, having 3 bodies and boosting your entire board on one guy is a hard one to overcome even with, the Nylims and even with that, Brassbug Hive.
Indeed. All right.
Alright, Clay got the win there.
And we'll head on back, watch some more games. Maybe Rune Folk is still at it. We can watch them potentially do war things. Maybe not. I don't know.
I I'm looking for him.
No, looks like he lost.
Oh.
Lame. All
Hey, any
right.
Mortis player is good on me.
Losing. What else do we got? Let's take a look at Table. I don't know. I don't know what table I want to look at now.
How about, table 17? Originality?
Yeah, we watched him already.
I watched him.
Yeah. Um, I think we've watched a lot of these people, to be honest. So let's just go to table 27. I don't care. Table 27. Oh, wait, never mind. It's hostage. Run, run, Perny hostage again. I'm not gonna. I think this is the multiple times I've seen Perny on this shit. So I'm not gonna entertain it any longer.
No more hostage.
All right, back we go. I forgot. All right. Does mean the groups are moving a little bit faster. Table 12, I guess. I know we've watched these people before, but table 12. Traced versus the Kojo. Kojo is close to winning this game. They just have to get one more advance. Does the Trace have enough there with the 3 to be able to make something happen? They should be able to get 2 boosts off of any play here, so they'll have 4 stats, should be getting them close, as well as with the Grimm's ability, that should be get them enough to go over the top of that companion side. But the question does Kojo have another card that they can play for 2 costs?
If they do, I don't know if they're beating the Grems. They're probably gonna sacrifice a permanent to get that additional robot. Yep.
Yeah, the things that you gotta worry about, though, is that Sap Sniffer that can still
Yeah.
be played. Oh, they already passed. So, yeah, then never mind. They didn't have anything. Oh, we're gonna go to a dead even tumult. It will be a Buddha turn, and we will see who can take the victory.
Alright, let's see how things go. I'm excited to see how this trust gets around that, like you said, this Buddha turn. They did
Hooked, maybe.
resupply
Yeah,
yeah.
maybe a help. We'll see.
But, again, 4 cards in hand for, Kojo versus Trust is 2. Might be difficult too, because now Kojo will, I would imagine, have an extra mana to work with, where Trust is still stuck on 9, which isn't the end of the world. But, really only has the Sap Sniffer to, get a boost from the, Havens. But, like you said, always be careful of it. It can be a sneaky little one drop that gets you just that little extra boost you need to really get over something like a 2/2/2 Buddha.
Let's start off with a strong hooked play.
Really nice hook. Draws him a card too.
Mhm.
What's this Kojo gonna play? We're getting a physical training. Put on the Ishin Boshi. Getting a few boosts, making it a little less useless, and drawing him a card. Replacing itself is always nice. Alright, we're getting a, restocking station from the Trest to, give the Sap Sniffer, I believe, or have it lose fleeting. I don't know if he's trying to set up for an arena turn, but Kojo did just play that physical training again, drew another card, and then put the boost on that Buddha. I mean, now you got 3 mana left to work with to Trust's 8. Oh, we're seeing a unique Anansi go into the reserve from Trust ability. It's a 4/2 for 3/3/3, and it has the air ability. If you can put a card from your hand into your reserve, and if you do, it gets traditional Anansi effect. So it's only really getting 1 boost as of right now.
Always fun, Anansi uniques.
There we
We
go.
do get to see the Amelia Earhart hit the reserve, though.
That is a really nice one, especially with the stocking station, and then with those havens. Maybe we can get an extra boost here. I mean, I wanna see what this Kojo has, but if playing it slow with a Fire Rabbit, so he's probably got another 2-drop. Can this Tress get over it, though? Because it seems like they're gonna fight pretty hard for this companion expedition, and then, yeah, exactly, Tress is gonna throw down that Sap Sniffer just to threaten it and say, "Hey, look, I've got it, so you have to try and now contest me here as well." And we're getting a Twinkle Twinkle, probably putting the Anansi to sleep. Now that's interesting, because now the Tress doesn't need to play anything, gets to advance with the Sap Sniffer, or they can
Mm,
sabotage, that's really great.
yeah, and that's also the rare, so when it leaves, it's gonna be able to get the other card that's in reserve. So the Kojo will be down to what they just have in hand. And, when we go to arena, that Anansi is gonna be hanging out, and they'll also have potential of a big Amelia, as well as a Sap Sniffer to take whatever they need to be even bigger, and it's not looking too great for the Kojo at the moment.
Yeah, that was a huge turn for that Tress. I didn't expect them to pull that out, but they pulled it out. They did a good job there. I'm excited to see how they do in the arena. They're getting a fresh 2 cards. Um, let's see how things work out.
Getting some messages, I think the Kojo has realized their fate.
Let's see if they can change it. Let's see if they can pull out something crazy. They're both putting down a card in mana. Tress is gonna immediately draw and then put to reserve. All right. Getting the rare action salvager. Hopefully a resupply again. Another restocking station. I'm interested if he has another a Nazi in hand, if you're trying to draw into one, if he's filling up his reserve this much. Oh, and a hunger. That's a very, very rough one for the Anansi. I mean, this I don't know what this one card will be able to do for him. Oh my
Nothing
gosh.
really.
Yeah.
Maybe they had some. I always thought for sure that Kojo was going to take the loss here, but you know what? Hunger helps.
Hunger does hunger things. I mean, there could still be what? Some sort of removal. It looks like he doesn't have it. So the Kojo is gonna take it with hunger. I'm surprised Kojo won, but I'm not surprised that he won with hunger.
Right. Let's head over back to see if there's any other games going on. Probably not, or maybe they're about wrapping up. Oh,
I think we got table 36 is still going on. And is that it? Yep, looks like table 36 is the last table.
probably gonna end the round here pretty soon too. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Gameplay.
Yeah, it's a Pebble and Gorang. But
Yeah.
Gorang is not looking too hot right now. But they are into one of the players is into time. So it could end any moment now.
A lot of stats on the board though.
Oh yeah. Big stats from both players. I, I honestly don't think I don't know. I'm interested to see what Goring's got to, pull out here, but with
I
3
think
mana.
yeah, I think Goldring's kinda just playing for time.
Yeah, is an interesting way to play it, but
They definitely could play that Overseer on the left side, um, but then they could definitely get hooked. So they ended up playing just, the Attorney. Still can get hooked, but I imagine they have another 1 cost here. They also have the ability to discard that Overseer for another token that'll be able to help them. So they more than likely are looking at a double advance anyway. Yeah, so the hooked comes out. It'll move it over, but we'll definitely see another token at the very least come out for the Gold Ring player. And either way, the time
I'll
ends, and Gold Ring will win off of time.
I'll take it. I'll take a Goring win.
And which means we'll head on to the final round of this Weekly Aces Week 4 event English broadcast. Once again, I am Blue Oak TV, joined by Horizon, and we currently have 3 undefeated players. Let's go ahead and look at that table 1. 2 of the undefeated players. Clay is going to be playing a non-undefeated player, which means we could just have 2 undefeated players. Who knows? Table 1. And we'll wait on some game art.
They say patience is a virtue. I don't have that virtue.
All right. I think we've seen at least one, if not both of these players already in some capacity. I believe one of them is running a Sigismar. I'm not sure if the other was as well. We'll have to find out. Oh, man. Ooh, a Zin and Zephyr. That's fun.
Ooh, she is always fun. Ordis versus Ordis. Zephyr is a very, very fun hero. I think I played her at a pre-release for Skybound and then a couple times on BGA. The whole ascend mechanic is very interesting, and to have a character that runs so heavily off of it is a very fun pace to keep for Ordis.
Agreed, agreed. All right. Let us see how this game will proceed. Should be a fun one. Either way, we do have the mana decision being waited on the Zen player. Oh, never mind. They're waiting on their initial play. And it's just gonna be an Ordish Trooper
Never seen
and an
another Ordis
Ordish
trooper.
Trooper.
Let's see what this Zen does.
And
All
an
right,
Ascended Trooper.
not letting him get the advance.
He's leaving the companion zone open though. So yeah. There you go. We have almost the exact same play. The Zen was using a rare Ascended Trooper rather than the common, coming from the Sigismar player. So we'll get a standard 1-for-1.
1-for-1s on the first day is never a bad trade. All right, we're going into day 2. Let's see what the Sigmar's got up his sleeve. All right, come down with another Ascended Trooper. I'm interested to see how this Zen ends up trying to manipulate that hero ability of hers a little bit to maybe draw a couple extra cards throughout the course of the game. Um, it looks like she might be trying to put a few low cost cards like the Ordis Trooper to kind of bait out some extra characters from the Sigma, but the Ordis Troopers are going to get removed. But the yep, the Sigmar's got no more mana. Then gonna play that Ascended Trooper, get the Extended Expedition, and is gonna be drawing a card, which will be really nice. So that'll be an extra card over, it'll be 2 extra cards actually over Sigismar, which, is always good to have anything on a Sigismar player because they can be very, very, unforgiving if they draw, um, more than their fair share of cards, which does happen from time to time with things like those, Ordis Attorneys or other whatnot spells that'll get you that extra advantage that you need. Those uniques I know are troublesome as well, which Blue had mentioned earlier. How they always have some sort of if you control a token, draw a card stapled to it.
Yeah, we'll see what's going on. Definitely be curious to see how this Zin was able to make it this far. Not really a deck or a hero that's been used a whole bunch. Be curious to see if it's more so just a Sigismar deck with just some different things. Ooh, and we get to see the Obelisk come out, and not a I say obelisk, monolith rather, but come out for them, and you know what? It's you don't see it a lot, but I am a big proponent of it as well, and it's always fun. It will mean that we get a double advance here for the Zen, and they will get that card draw from the uncontested ascended expedition. So we'll see if it's worth it. At this point, though, it may be hard for the Sigismar to come back, especially since they are so low on resources, even with the boosted up characters.
I mean, yeah, and if the Zen can even find a removal spell for that monolith, it's just gonna be like the Sigismar wasted an entire turn playing it. So I'm really excited to see maybe through the cards that Zen has been drawing if she maybe found some sort of removal, like, maybe a no one runs sticky note seals anymore, but maybe, that Lycian withdrawal or something that can get rid of that monolith to stop it from getting too much advantage. Because if this Sigismar is just gonna be playing as usual, if he gets that free token every turn, then playing, low 1 cost spell dudes or 2 cost spell bodies, those extra boosts will add up really, really fast.
Indeed. So we'll start off with an attorney play, gonna tie things up there over on the hero side after the trooper play from the Sigismar player, and a Mortis Cadets and Common, not something that we've seen as a standard in Sigismar decks for quite some time now, but it does work quite well with that Ortis Bastion and help boost things up on the hero side. In response, we will get the Trooper and another attorney, this time for the Sigismar. So now the question is does this Zin have anything that's going to be able to help them get over on one of these sides with only 2 mana left? It's going to be quite difficult, but we'll see that if that is the case.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what, she'd be able to pull out. It looks like, another Ascended Trooper, which will actually get her the advance because
Yep.
it is Ascended,
Yep,
which
get the individual alliance, but gives up a 2-1, so only up 1 individual spot, and is gonna have to constantly deal with those cadets now too. We'll see what, the Sigismar does as far as keeping or not. I wouldn't be surprised to see them not mana this setup here, but they may decide to do that and play for the following day. We'll see. It just depends on what they get, and they decide not to mana, as I mentioned. So we'll see what's gonna happen.
yeah, I would love to see how this, Sugasmar tries to get an advantage out of this monolith. I know he took a whole turn off just to, get it set up and established on the board, and it still hasn't gone anywhere yet. Again, this is Zen always could have drawn into some sort of removal, but, at this point, it might be better to, just, like, teamwork training a recruit or a trooper or something like that to, get it out of the way and maybe try and get a double advance. But we do see a unique from Zen. It is a 2/1/1/1/1 Amelia Earhart, and from hand, if you control 3 or more characters, you can create an Orders recruit and target expedition. but whenever a non-token character joins your expeditions, you resupply. So she's trying to dig for that answer.
So we'll see if they're able to find it. In the meantime, we get that attorney played out by the Sigismar player, and we'll see how the Zin and Zephyr player can respond. Can play any of those characters to potentially get a resupply. Wonder if this is a triple resupply deck as well.
Mm. I would not count out that as a possibility. I'd love to see, that kind of advantage. I mean, it's on par for Zephyr for Zen and Zephyr too. They wanna be, drawing cards. I mean, every deck wants to, but it's, attached to a hero ability. So, getting that advantage is, obviously gonna be a huge, huge step. But, again, getting over this monolith and not finding the removal for it, even with this unique, is gonna be a really rough one.
Yeah, I think the ideal scenario for the Zen would have definitely been to have a license withdrawal ready for the monolith, but does not seem like that's the case. They resupply into a soar. Ooh, and then there's another ascended trooper there here that will also help out that Sigismar player. And honestly, it's probably looking at the point here where they are able to utilize there for a boost, which will give them enough to advance but not block. And they finally hit the license withdrawal, which will not be enough to be able to play it now. And they'll still have to contend with at least 1 to 2 more characters being played by the Sigismar that will get those boosts. If they decide to even keep the license withdrawal, we'll have to see if that's the case. They
Wow.
don't.
They're trying to win it right here with just card advantage. I mean, the thing is even if they don't target the license withdraw at the monolith, they can always target it at the thing that it is giving boost to if it's, giving it multiple boosts.
I think
Or
the
there's
problem is that it costs that much at 3,
yeah.
um, where they do have those low costs and they can burn through their deck fairly easily with that resupply setup. And like you mentioned, having a card advantage as well as a mana advantage here. And so the Sigismar player is going to be limited on what they can play, and they're not going to mana again. So we're more than likely looking at 3 characters being played here by the Sigismar player, maybe a fourth if they get lucky with 2 1 costs. If not, then we'll more than likely see a Zin and Zephyr win, but we'll see how this one turns out first. I imagine we'll likely see that Amelia Earhart coming out first, and we do.
Yeah. Hopefully, again, we can draw into something that'll help the Zen and Zephyr contend a little bit more with, everything that Sigismar is putting out. Because I mean, yeah, seeing the Age of Templar, uh, just played for 1 by scouting is, a great start. It's like Goalrang without the downsides. So, having to get over this is gonna
Oh, and they
be
do run into another 1 cost. Oh
yep.
my gosh, they've been able to hit everything they need now, though. Now they just probably have another 2 cost or a removal in hand, and it's gonna be really hard for that Zen to be able to pull something out, but we'll see if they can.
Yeah, I would love to see this last card in Sigismar's hand. There's gotta be something, otherwise he would've played this entire turn differently. There's gotta be something that'll get him over the top so that he can hopefully try and eke out this win, but, if he, plays anything from his hand, that's gonna be it for the turn. And then Zen still has 6 mana, still has 2 in reserve, 3 in hand. So at that point, there's a lot that can happen. They can draw into a teamwork training, they can draw into, there another unique. If they do have a different unique that might help them out of this a little bit more, but, we can only wait and see.
A Sandman could have been helpful potentially. A Rallying Call actually comes out,
Oh,
which would have been an answer to a Sandman too. So he had everything ready for him. So even if he has a Sandman in hand, a Rallying Call will be able to negate it essentially. And the Sigismar had everything ready, had the perfect setup in order to take this game. It looks like still 5 mana left here for the Zen player, but it's looking less and less likely that they can pull this one out.
yeah, this is looking very, very grim. Um, again, I'd much as I'd love to see this, Zen pull something out, it's, not looking great. That said, if she does, again, if she gets something to get rid of this 4/4/4, Send a Trooper, that would be a huge start to hopefully not just losing on the spot. 'Cause, the Sigismar does still have another rally call to use, so this is gonna boost something else up as well.
Yeah. So the best play that I could have think of was that they had some type of removal, and they would have been able to play that trooper and the Sandman on the companion zone to block, as well as potentially do a removal on that ascended trooper that you mentioned. But now, since they've played on that hero side, it doesn't seem like that's the case. We will see the rallying call come out here. This depends on where the boost is going to hit. I think it's a decision for the Sigismar player trying to do some math, trying to figure of potential outs the Zen could have in hand to make this game. It could have two removals with two teamwork trainings, for example. Um, but that would only send them to an arena, I believe. So we'll see what they do here. And they do just stack up on that Ascended Trooper.
Yeah, I mean, they're really investing heavily into that hero expedition. So maybe the Zen would be able to focus a little bit more of their efforts on that companion expedition, maybe get that, advance, go into the arena, and maybe if they can afford it, use their Scrooge to sleep something.
So we do have the Sandman come out. Oh, okay, so that will be
Oh,
enough to block, and that'll be game.
wow.
Oh, never mind, that's not the rare, it's the common. I thought it was the rare.
Oh,
Okay, so they are gonna sleep the Amelia Earhart for this time around, be fine with the arena tiebreaker and go into the next turn. I thought that was the rare sword that would have been enough to block on the companion side and then, advance on the hero side. Fortunately, it was the common, so they will not have that opportunity. We'll have to get rid of 2 cards here, as far as going in the arena, but they will also have to deal with that Ascended Trooper. I imagine they have some type of interaction that will help them to be able to do that, or they feel like they can find it with that Amelia Earhart. They do have the card advantage still, and they do have the mana advantage with the Sigismar not manning the last 3 days.
yeah. I mean, being able to maintain that advantage is huge for the Zen, but I mean, this monolith is just so hard to get over. Anything at this point that would help them remove it would be helpful, but it looks like we're getting on a unique Ozma from the Sigismar. At dusk, if you control 4 more characters, you draw a card. Then whenever a non-token character joins your expeditions, you create a recruit in your companion expedition. And it's 2 from hand, 3 from reserve, and it's a 2/1/1 at base. So that one's gonna be very difficult because now for every dude that the Sigismar plays, it just gets another one and it gets boosted.
S-
Yeah, and being in the arena, the expeditions don't really matter that much.
Oh, they have a fun little common East talk play. That would have been fun to see.
Cycling it for another card, we get another unique. It's just another, like you said, another resupply. So that's the deck. So 1 2 0 1 1, and whenever a non-token creature joins, you resupply.
Yeah,
Non-token character joins.
yeah. It doesn't look like they're running into what they need. They're going to be able to create a token here. Um, Create another token, get as many stats as they can on the board, but it just won't be enough. They get the one soar, and it'll be GG's. And congrats to the Sigismar player.
That was an interesting game to be sure. That was a fun one to watch. I really thought the Zen was gonna have that early on, and then it just kinda fell apart from there.
Still a fun game to watch, nevertheless. We'll
Oh,
see
yeah.
if the other top tables have been resolved. It looks like Clay is still ongoing, so let's go ahead and head to table two, and we can watch the remainder of one of the undefeated players to see if we'll have two undefeated players or not. And based off of that, we'll probably wrap up the stream after that and thank everybody. But in the meantime, we still got an active game going here between Sigismar and Kojo, Clay versus Genetic, and yeah, we'll see who can take this one. We do have a unique on the board for the Sigismar player. If you control a token, draw a card, and it is a token generator that lets you put stuff to your companion expedition.
Those, token spawners are always nasty even if there's a condition on them, because in Sigismar, the condition doesn't even really matter if you control a token, because you always have the token. Um, Next turn when Buddha Kojo does have, the Buddha token out, it will be a little bit easier, especially with the Orders Cadets, having fleeting, so it's not coming back unless the Sigismar draws into another one. Um, it'll be interesting to see how this Kojo, makes this work with only 2 mana left. 'Cause the Sigismar is all but advancing companion. I don't think, Kojo's gonna try and fight that, but he's doing well in his hero expedition. Does he Yep, he does. He plays down a Haven Sarengar, which will be really, really nice in the next day because in his companion expedition, he'll be fighting in grass primarily. So that'll be, helpful for him, and then maybe a little drama card if, the game goes on that long by someone
Yeah,
getting
I think he was planning on saving it there for the companion expedition just in
Yeah,
case he had a chance to stat over there with the forest, but wasn't able to do that. There's too many stats that the Sigmar player was able to throw down. So in the
exactly.
meantime, just threw it into the reserve, potentially trying to get a card draw for a next day. But they have to get to another day because at the moment it is where either player gets a double advance and it is over. And I don't know if we've seen it yet or not. We haven't. It is prime time for Kokoba play from
Oh,
Clay.
yeah.
So we'll see if that ends up coming up here or not.
If he has that Kokoba, that would be an opportune time for it, to say the least. Getting 2 extra bodies, giving everything a boost is just so hard to surmount, even with a power turn with a Buddha on the board from the Kojo player. Um, let's see if he has it. Let's see if he tries to slow roll it, play a couple of low-cost guys, 'cause I think the Kokoba costs 4. Maybe play an Orders Trooper, maybe play something else small, and then just, drop down that Kokoba and hopefully just stomp from there.
So we will see the Leviathan spotter come out. It's going to show the Bravo signaler, which does have a good amount of stats, and it is in the right spot to block either of those expeditions or the Sigismar player. But they do have to watch out to see what the remaining cards that they have. 6 mana left there for the Kojo player, 7 for the Sigismar player. I imagine we're going to be starting off with some smaller stuff here to get things going, and sure enough, we get an ugly duckling.
I mean, if he can pull out if he happens to have, you know, 2 more 1 costs and then that Kokoba, I think that would just feel it out right there. That would be really interesting to see, but again, that's kind of a magical Christmas land scenario if he, drew 2 more Ordis Troopers and then just whips out the Kokoba. Let's see what this Kojo does in response. Let's see how he handles this.
They're stacking up on the one side here.
Interesting way to do it. I don't blame them. They got a lot of heavy forest stats.
Yeah, and they could also just be playing around the idea of not getting double advanced on, which would make sense.
Yeah.
We'll see what ends up happening though. Once that Kokoba comes out, it is hard to beat on occasion, especially since the Sigismar player does only need water on that companion side and not forest. So they only
Yeah.
have to get over that 5 stat at the moment, as well as already having 2 stats on those 2 tokens over on the hero side.
Looks like, the Sigmar's really just trying to take their time with this decision. Just make sure they're counting up the stats, making sure their mana works out right. But, this is obviously something that Clay wants to be sure is well thought out, not a rush decision. He's got, what, 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the timer, so he got some time to decide.
Yep, fairly even game as far as time remaining, so given a thought, and sure enough,
And
there
yep,
it
there's
is.
Akakoba.
So, 2 mana left also means that there's potential for removal here. In the meantime, though, there is a lot of stats on the board that has to be dealt with from the Kojo player. They need to get at least 4 more to block in the water, and in the process, somehow getting 2 more in forest to at least get a singular advance, which they probably like. Um, at the end of the day, neither player is adjacent though, so if they can find a way to just let their opponent advance once, that would also probably be ideal, but, we'll see what they even have in hand to be able to deal with this. Still a good amount of stats on both sides, as far as trying to block and or advance.
Yeah, I think it's pretty telegraphed that Clay has to have some sort of removal in his hand, because if it was a character, he would've just played the character, then played the Kokoba to slow roll the Kojo and then get more advantage out of the Kokoba. But I'd have to imagine he has a teamwork training, tiny jail type spell. Um, maybe he's running a moth collision. I think that
Yeah,
costs no, it only costs 1 less in out of faction, but, always something fancy you can do for 2 mana. Okay.
see where those boosts go. This is a scenario where you gotta be careful where you're assigning stats because you put one in the wrong spot and your opponent is happy and they have a play around it. So they are going to assign it to that companion zone, which means they will still advance on that side, but their opponent still advances on both sides, which means they will lose. And so it's interesting why they would play the Chiron over on the left side. So the only other option that I can think of is that they need a character on that side, but I don't know what they can do with 2 mana where they would need an additional character. It would make sense if they had something like a physical training, but that's 3, and I don't know if that would help them in that scenario. So we'll see what ends up happening. Maybe they're just trying to spread the stats as much as possible in case removal pops up and kind of threaten something on the hero side. We'll have to see what happens here. 2 also allows for removal in the area of, like, Duel of Grit, but Clay also able just has that character even at the 1 cost, opting instead to, leave that as an option to play it wherever side they need instead of trying to stat it up with the Kokoba.
And now I'm curious if they do have another if they have another 1 drop in their hand. That would be that'd be quite the sight, because that would be a great, great draw for the Sigismar, but it's looking a little hard for this Kojo to get rid of or to, surmount, what the Sigismar has down as far as stats go. Even if they do have, removal or dual grid or something like that, it will be a little bit hard. Looks like we're getting a Tengu, which will currently block,
Yep,
and it
and
looks like the
that's
Sigismar passed.
yeah, so able to hold that one out, didn't have the 1 cost to be able to get the double advance, but either way, it's looking pretty good here for, the Sigismar player because they will have the Kokoba available immediately that I have to imagine that they're just gonna play from the start here to avoid any potential for something interacting with sabotage and just have a large amount of stats on the board, and your opponent just has to try to contest it. They may give it a shot. I haven't take a look at the discard for the Kojo player, so they may be running low on sabotage or something that could interact with the board, and they feel safer about it. But if you aren't sure, then usually that is the best case. I'm not seeing anything that is sabotage wise. They do have Adortus Spy. That is when I leave the expedition zone sabotage. That's unique. So I don't know. Could also look at the deck list, but we won't do that right now.
I mean, yeah, it'll be interesting too, because this looks like the Sigismar did not put anything down into mana. This Kojo does have more cards in hand, so he's just gonna put 1 down and be at 9. So, again, this Sigismar does have the Koba to set up, but if the Kojo happens to have, some sorta sabotage, nope, looks like he's not wasting any time, he's gonna play it right out of the gates and not try and set up too much and not risk it. That way, if there is, that sabotage, he doesn't have to worry about a big piece of his game plan getting blown up.
Yeah, and the bad thing here for the Kojo player is that being down on the tumult as well and not even with like an adjacent setup is that responding with something like a hunger, for example, wouldn't be very good because your opponent just plays on the other side and you lose. Unless you had a milk or you had a rage, but that doesn't seem to be the case. They're just going to stack up on one side, try to put as many stats on the board as possible, and unless the Kojo has a way to catch up here and or remove multiple characters at once, it's not looking too good for them to be able to prevent the advance here for the Sigismar player.
Yeah, I'm not sure what this Kojo has in hand, but with 5 mana, there's a lot that can happen, but, nothing is ever guaranteed, especially with 15 cards left in your deck. There's so much that's, been left unseen.
And a gargoyle play will also add a little bit of extra security here, being able to stat correctly on the companion zone as well as add an ascend setup here for the hero expedition, making it more and more likely that they'll get the singular advance. Kojo playing what they can, a lot of Tengus on the board, not much else they can do, and it looks like we'll have a potential victory here. They're going to rage into that, and it is not enough, and it will be a victory for Clay.
Well, hey, like, they played it really, really well. It was, dicey at some point, especially for the Kojo, but, eventually the Sigismund just had the advantage, and they just eked out that win. I really thought the Kojo had it at some time. They really did have, the card advantage over Sigismar, but, Sigismar just drew the cards he needed.
All right, so that should wrap up things here. Um, that there's still some ongoing games going on here on the seventh round, but we do have two undefeated players between Spaghetti Rosscat and Alterdace's Clay Deuce. And they both were running Sigismar coincidentally. And then, yeah, past that, that will be it for us. Any final words, Horizon?
Um, let's get Gorang undefeated next time. Let's get there.
I don't know about that. Either way, this has been the Weekly Aces Season 1, Week 4, sponsored by Ludo Trotter, English broadcast here on the AWOL channel. I have been Blue Oak TV, hashtag ad on all things. Horizon, feel free to plug, and then we'll head on out.
Yep, I'm underscore Harizin on Twitter or X or whatever you choose to call it. Check me out.
Sounds good. Catch y'all later.